Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Welcome back to outer space, because actually we got a little something going on. We're going to be doing some more stuff from Jupiter. We're going to have ourselves almost an entire Jovian system right here. Because, well, we got Jupiter, we have Io, and now hoping to work on Callisto and Ganymede. How you doing there, Armored Wolf? Boy, it has been just a bizarro day. Sorry I haven't even had a chance to shoot you a message to see what kind of bizarre stuff happened to you today. This was last week's Arda right here. That is not Earth. That is Middle Earth right there. There's Middle Earth. Get this off to the side over here, kind of out of the way. Now I'm hoping to do two of them, and they're both of the dirty snowball variety here. There will be some differences in the colors. Hey there, Blades. Oh, thanks, Armor Wolf. Blades, I think I sent you pictures of the cookies, right? Yeah, that was just the first batch. And of course, I had no half and half, so I had to use milk. And definitely found out that half and half is way better than milk. So I got to get that. And then, well, powdered sugar also. That's kind of gone. Hopefully, they actually have some more over at the store there. Oh, and I don't know if I think you saw the video. So this is that's actually out on the palette here. So this is the Gamlin Payne's Gray because it's actually different. It's kind of in between the Winsor Newton and the Williamsburg one. Now that's good, Blades. Well, Blades, great to see you here. Great to see you here. I hope that today was good. I wasn't sure how much snow you might be having up there because I think there is some substantial snow-ish type stuff going on in various places. So yeah, Blades, I'm gonna try and paint Callisto and Ganymede tonight. We'll see if it works out. Hopefully it does. Cause well, I need as many of these as I possibly can. So it's really weird to think it's December 5th. I thought it was December 4th. That's kind of indicates what sort of a day it was. Cause I spent pretty much most of the day thinking it was December 4th, which apparently it is not. Yeah, Blades. I wasn't sure because I know they kept really emphasizing more the lake effect snow, but I think it's an Alberta Clipper, right, Blades? I think that's what's kind of coming through because you've got that big low pressure system up there. Hopefully that hasn't made it too difficult to get to work and do those other kind of things. Yeah, Blades, it's all kinds of weirdness going on, that's for sure. And of course, yeah, that's never a fun thing to have a whole bunch of the snow and then it all melts super rapidly. Now that's what I was hearing. Like, what is that weird sound? So there's not for folks probably not a lot of recognizable defined features on say Ganymede. Actually, let me see if I can scare up one more reference here because I think it's that's what I needed. Yep, I needed that one too. Not that. That was definitely not what I needed. 1 second here. I think if okay, there we go. I just went full screen and wiped out all of my other ones. And I just need to, there we are. That's what I needed. Okay, that's better. So sorry, Blades, that you're getting really nuked there. I wasn't sure if you had a chance to stream today or not. Again, no, it's Thursday. You don't stream on Thursdays. Never mind. I was thinking it was Monday, Blades. Yeah, that'll tell you just how messed up my brain is. That's why I was asking you how the stream was, because all of a sudden my brain said, "Oh yeah, it's Monday." That is a little bit of an indicator. And sorry that it's so late as always, but in addition to the cookies, There's some folks that might they're supposed to be coming through town here, unfortunately for a funeral, and trying to work out stuff with them. So that's another reason why things are later. So just trying to keep this as dry, brushy as possible here. Now again, I do have that Payne's Gray out there. Now let's start doing. Let me push this reference. That is not what I wanted. Okay, I just lost my reference, so we're gonna have to try and get that one back. I think that's not that one. Is it this one? Okay, let me see if we can manage this without moving. Okay, that's not, again, what we wanted here. 1 second. Not used to having like multiples of these out here. Don't even, there we go. Now that's how I can move that. Okay. Where are we at here? Yeah, let's use this. Up here, maybe lighten it up a little. Also, gotta close that screen so I can see what's going on here. There we go. So Armored Wolf, it's funny because Ryan saw the cookies and he goes, yeah, he was joking around. He says, you're gonna have to open up like a bakery as a side hustle. And then I showed him pictures of all of the treats that you and Charity have made. And I said, well, no, you're gonna have to talk to the experts there because that would be you guys. Yep, that is you guys. So Blades, I don't know. It's been a very weird December, November. I think just because Thanksgiving was so late, it seemed like that it didn't really cruise by too fast. December just seems like it's rocketing past. Hey there, Dark Horse. It just seems like what the heck happened to December, right, Grand Oracle? Hey there, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much. I could certainly use some of this. How about you, Grand Oracle? Has it been a Monday kind of a week or just a regular week? So we have the Dirty Snowballs, Callisto and Ganymede. Two ornaments that I wanted to make last year but never had the chance. So I'm kind of hoping that we can do it this time around. Yeah, Blades, just so insane. Holy smokes. And of course, again, here is that's Arda that we did last week. And here's some of our other Jovian worlds. Io and Jupiter. So now we're doing Ganymede and Calisto. So great to see you there, Dark Horse. I hope that everything is going very, very well. No. Let me get a little bit more of that. A bit more of this. And I don't know if folks saw the latest video. Oh, yeah, Grand Oracle. Latest video is up, and it turns out that the Gamblin Payne's Gray is very similar to the Williamsburg Payne's Gray. It does also have staining properties. Speaking of stains, all this stuff on my hands here, yeah, that's food coloring that just won't come out. So yeah, that's not oil paint, that's food coloring. That's food coloring from the cookies. So if you're wondering what that is, that's what you're looking at. So great to see you there, Dark Horse. And it's still a happy Thursday here. As late as this is, it's still a happy Thursday. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I had no idea what to expect, but it did show just how blue the Williamsburg Payne's Gray is. I mean, like, super blue. Very, 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 very bluish. You know, I'm going to give me a little bit of that, too. Yeah, now we're getting there. Now we're getting somewheres. And then we're going to cut some of this away. Like you do. There. Oh, it's the use it or lose it, huh? Well, Grant Orico, I hope that there's a whole bunch of things that you get a chance to do that you just have not been able to because of all the craziness. And hopefully that is starting to at least level off. I don't think we're ever going to have things like that go away, but at least if they just kind of level off to some sort of manageable type of situation. 'Cause I'm pretty sure that is literally the best that we can hope for these days. It's just like, well, it'll be slightly less crazy, right, Dark Horse? So again, this is Ganymede here. I'll do a bunch of stuff here. Then we're going to set this aside. Then we're going to get going on Callisto. So that this stuff has a chance to set here. Now, what I want to do, is it up here or is it over here? I'm going to say it's up here. Now, keep in mind that these moons right here, they're larger than our moon. I mean, these are sizable celestial objects here.
So say we all.
Hey there, Doji. Happy Friday. So, Doji, I think I sent you the pictures of the cookies, so you know what they look like. That's literally just the first batch. Ooh, you know what? Well, I can send this picture to folks tomorrow, but I did print out a manger for the new nativity figures, and it was all of like $1.46 or something like that. Thanks so much, Dark Horse. And of course, Blades, Doji, if you guys want to share some stuff in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. Let me. You know what? I'm going to come back with my dark stuff over here. Where's my. Up there. Also here. Blending brush. I got lots of brushes for blending brushes here. Not so often. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. So Doji, oh, and thanks for sending the pictures of the Christmas market there, of course. Thanks so much for doing that. That is appreciated. Now we're going to do some softening up here. Softening up some of this, and then we're going to come back with some harder edges. Blades, it's like Instagram wants to torture you the way, what's the thing, WinZip. Yeah, Grand Oracle. I must have lost at least an hour and a half last night to screwing around with WinZip. And I think I probably bought like 3 copies of it unnecessarily now. I really hate that program. See, Blades, yeah, WinZip hates me the way Instagram hates you. And I hate it back, and I'm sure you hate Instagram back too. So we can share a mutual hatred of WinZip and Instagram. Sadly, we need both of those things, don't we? Yeah, Blades, I mean, you think, okay, you pay for the stupid software, you download it on your machine, and then it says, "Oh, your subscription has expired. It's not there." It's like I just downloaded it and I just installed it. So, oh yeah, I probably got like 3 versions on there now, or at least paid for it 3 times, because that's exactly what you want to do. We can get some more of these little crevices and such in here. Again, these are your dirty snowballs, the dirty snowballs of Jupiter, Callisto and Ganymede, two of the biggest moons in the solar system. Hey there, Elite. So Elite, well, looks like despite all the injuries, the Lions might just have secured the. Well, they got themselves a playoff spot. We'll see if they also add the division on top of that. Yeah, Dark Horse, for a while last night, I was getting 0 use on 3 payments. And as you can imagine, that made me super happy. You can imagine some of the happy phrases that I was saying over and over and over again. Yeah, I was just absolutely pleased as punch about that. Emphasis on the punch. Let me get some of these lighter craters now. And I wonder, are these dry yet? Well, we're going to find out the hard way because I'm about to grab it with my hand. Yeah, these seem to be dry. Speaking of spacescapes, yeah, there's our Necron ships. We might be doing more of those this coming Monday. Yeah, Elite. That going for fourth down. That's great when it works, and when it don't, not so great. But if that is what you're all about, if that is your the way you do things, sometimes stepping away from that is not always the best thing. Sometimes you just gotta keep going. Well, as they like to say, ride the horse that got you there. So if doing the fourth down stuff all the time is your thing, you might as well just keep doing it instead of suddenly not doing it anymore. Because then that starts to lead to, well, you're starting to question yourself and what you've been doing all season long potentially, and well, that's never any good, right, Elite? I mean, sometimes you just gotta do the thing, and if it doesn't work out, you just say, all right, well, it just didn't work out that time. Usually it does. Sometimes it just won't. Much like WinZip. Or is that all the time? Yeah, half the time it works 30% of the time. Let me get some more of this later stuff in there. So I think now you can see this is starting to take shape a little bit. We're not going to have kind of your traditional cratering here like, say, you've seen on the other things about like our moon. Where the heck is the moon? Wrong one. Wrong one. There you are. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit different than this. Just a wee bit different than that one. Yeah, Elite, being able to have a running game, that's fourth down all of a sudden is a doable thing because you might be able to get that first down in multiple ways instead of just, well, they're just going to pass. Which sadly is how most NFL teams are. Now it's time to do a little bit of brushstroke management here. In addition to trying to soften up some edges, see if I can find me a, I think this one might be even softer maybe. So we need lots and lots and lots of craters here. So Dark Horse, hopefully your week has been, well, not too adventurous. Yeah, Elite, I think it's going to be one of those years where we're back to that, those top teams, they're going to have at least adequate running games, if not really good running games. I mean, it used to be that playoff teams pretty much were just running teams. Dark Horse, I know that there was so all kinds of craziness going on with that, so sorry that that kind of stuff is sort of continued there. And of course, it's getting a wee bit on the chilly side, right? Just in time, just perfect. So sorry about that, Dark Horse. Here is hoping that that all gets resolved real quick like. Because of course it hasn't. Not yet. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take this. Because that needs to be significantly lighter down there. I'll take you to do some, again, some brushstroke management there. Where's my, here it is. Oh, oh, that's good, Dark Horse. I know somebody whose furnace just went out on him. So actually, three people whose furnaces went out on him. Of course, as soon as it got cold. Yeah, Elite, that is kind of a nice thing to see Saquon have a bit of a revival there. I mean, he was just, how many years did he languish in New York? That was years and years of just kind of being the only thing that they had. 1 second there. Ah, there we go. Yeah, Dark Horse, well, I haven't had a chance to do it. I mean, it is a much newer furnace anyway, but you can kind of do a fall checkup thing, so it gets to be about October, November, and you just have them kind of come through and they just kind of look for things, maybe like blowers or whatever, that might be on the fritz. And of course, like you say, when are they going to give out? When you need them. Actually, Dark Horse, the advice that I was given by the guy that put the last one in, he actually, what did he say? To actually use the cheaper filters. He said that the really high quality filters actually put more stress on the blower. So you're better off just going through more cheaper ones. So yeah, Dark Horse, I kind of got rid of the expensive ones and just, well, using the really kind of cheap ones. but more frequent changing of them. Well, I'm glad that that wasn't just because usually, someone's not recommending. Oh yeah, use the cheap thing. So that's why it kind of caught my attention. I thought, well, that's got to be some sound advice there, because typically, yeah, the cheaper stuff is not what is recommended. See you later there, Doji. Well, Doji, hopefully you have yourself a fantastic bakery run tomorrow. And thanks for being here, Doji. Appreciate that. So again, we're starting to get our craterage out here. And of course, Dark Horse, this is a home repair channel. So we would be remiss, because I think you heard all of the Ice Jam advice that I gave out, was that a year or two ago? Now we're giving out advice for folks to keep their heaters in good shape, or their furnaces. Let me get a bit more here with again, just taking the lighter colors there, pushing those around. Let me see if we can take a little bit more of our yellowish type color here. Let's neutralize that a little bit more. Let's neutralize that a little bit more. Let's get some more spidery things happening here. Hey there, Valfira. Nice to see you, Valfira. Wasn't sure if you had gotten any more snow today. You've actually gotten more than we have, because we have pretty much not had any. There was a little dusting last night, and I mean barely a dusting. So yeah, Valfira, it was another kind of crazy type of day today. Actually, last night was pretty crazy trying to get that video filmed and trying to get things set up. Although, again, I will have to send folks pictures of the nativity scene manger that I 3D print. Actually, oh, hey, Grand Oracle, this was the first time I ever used the cutting function in the bamboo slicer. I've kind of done that using the whatever the kind of the generic Windows 3D object cutting software was. Yeah, at this time I just said, well, what the heck? We're gonna find out what it's like using it in the bamboo slicer. It seemed to, well, in a way, it was a little bit easier because I could really tell just okay, this is how big the build plate is, instead of kind of guessing like I would using the other independent program. Yep, Dark Horse definitely a little bit like Tool Time. Either that or This Old House. Yeah, that's like This Old House minus the thousands of dollars of available home repair money. So great to see you there, Valfira. Again, sorry that I think I sent you a message at least with the cookie pictures. So hopefully you had a chance to see that. Where's my blending brush? Here. And then when it comes to Ganymede, there will be even more. Yes, there will be even more craters to do, as in thousands of them. But not again, not quite craters like you're gonna see on our moon. Again, Velfer, great to see you. Now, I'm kind of getting to the point where I think I do want to switch over. Because again, I would like for this paint to have a chance to set here. I am going to try and go a little bit lighter on some of the craters here. Over here. So yeah, definitely want to give that a chance to set. So we'll put you off to the side, and let's get a hustling here on Ganymede. So that was sorry, Callisto. That was Ganymede that you just saw. This will now be Callisto here. Again, the dirty snowballs of Jupiter. Now we're going to start sneaking a little bit of our red-ish. That with the red. Yeah, not going to be like Io, but we do need a little bit of this in here. Now again, two of the Jovian moons. If I do Europa, it would just be offline because there's not a whole lot of features on Europa. At least not ones that would show up at this scale. Yeah, not really too many. Gonna chuck me a little bit of the asphaltum out here. Yeah, Velfira, I did try the new cookie things. You know, the new frosting things. I think ultimately they're still better than the stupid baggies because you don't transfer your body heat to them. Also, the baggies, they're just going to stay in the container. I can refill the container when I run out. It's a heck of a lot easier. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. It's a heck of a lot easier to get the stuff in there. Now, where's my? This is again the Payne's Gray from. That is the Payne's Gray from Gamlin. Because we've already actually we've done Iowa. We've done Io at least twice already. And of course, I think we've done Jupiter 3 times now. So yeah, there's Jupiter. And you can see just how much darker Ganymede is. Or sorry, Callisto is than Ganymede. Trying to keep this as kind of a dry, brushy thing if possible. I don't want to pile on too much paint here. Trying to let as much of that blend together as possible. Hey there, Michael. Nice to see ya. Everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. So, Michael, I hope that you're doing well. Happy. Well, it's still a happy Thursday. I got 4 more minutes, so do you, of a happy Thursday. Valefair, we painted. Remember, we did Saturn. Not really gonna do that one. Well, I remember I took a big piece of plastic card and made the rings. The problem was that you've got what 1,200 mile an hour winds on Saturn, so it was kind of the same thing as Europa, as there just was not much in the way of features, and the rings just made people dizzy. Yeah, Michael, hopefully you're that gives you a chance to do some painting there, for sure. And of course, again, Michael, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So basically, Mercury would just kind of look like this for the most part. It just is kind of a barren, cratered
So say
surface
we
with not a
all.
whole bunch going on, right, Sarge? Thanks, Sarge. How you doing there, Sarge? Must have been another regular 8-hour day today, Sarge, because it's off for early. Heck, it's still Thursday. So great to see you there, Sarge. Hope that you're doing fantastic. Or sometimes the best you can do is just kind of survive. Oh, thanks, Sarge. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So yeah, Michael, definitely share. And Blades, I don't know if you had a chance to share your dice. Well, your latest one that you were working on there. You want to share that? Please go ahead. And of course, Michael, again, you want to share something? Please go ahead. I did print out those Lord of the Rings themed cats. We'll see if we have those ready by the weekend, or for Friday, Saturday stream. Now the Friday stream could be maybe a little bit later, also. Again, just because of the situation and stuff. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. Okay, I'm gonna go here with that. Yeah, let's do that. Just we're gonna take a little bit of this, a little bit of this, and even a little bit of that. And we're going to try and do a little something, something here. It's actually, I took Radiant Violet there. I do believe that's Titan, Velfira. I do believe that is Titan. Of course, you do also have Triton. So you have Titan and Triton. So everybody please check out the link that Michael just shared. And of course, Velfira, there's Enceladus. That's another one. If I can do, oh, Mimas. That was the other one. Velfira. Mimas is another one we got to do because that would be super fun. We'd basically have to do one giant crater and it'd be done. It would be the fastest ornament ever, right, Velfira? One crater, boom, done. And Velfira, of course, Neptune would just be a big blue ball with a couple little wisps of blue and a blue dot. And it's like, oh, well, there's Neptune. However, Velfira, maybe we do it in cobalt blue. It would be the most expensive ornament ever. Yeah, there you go, Velfira. That's what we'll have to do. I'll have to do the most expensive ornament ever. Actually, Velfira, speaking of the sun, I was one to maybe do the sun because we could get the sunspots on there and all that texture. And of course, we would be using our fluorescent colors. So that's still something that is on the cards, as they say. So you can see we got this spidering going on. So that's very different from, say, the moon, where you have a crater like Tycho, right? Where you have the ejecta. You don't really have the ejecta here, pretty much on any of the craters. But you have all these ripples and cracks. Yeah, Michael, go ahead and post the link to that. Actually, Michael, if you don't mind, if you could shoot me an Insta message with the link too, because I'll just forget. It's too crazy here, so I will just forget. So if you don't mind, if you could shoot me a link to that or whatever on the Instas or Facebook or whatever. So again, you can kind of see, right, what we did there, and there's a few of those. There's a few of those here on our Callisto. So again, we'll do this in a few places here. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate that. Sorry to bug you. But there's things I've already forgotten that I said I was saying to myself, okay, immediately after the stream, I got to do this, and I don't remember what any of them are. Forgotten every single one. I'm sure that's not happening to you at all, right, Grant Oracle? Now, Sarge, hopefully you're fixing to have a bit of a weekend where there's a little bit less going on, and you'll be able to maybe do a little bit more on the Tigre. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate that. So, Sarge, if you wanted to post that in the chat, please go ahead. And again, this is Callisto here, so we're just gonna have tons and tons and tons of craters, and they're all gonna be this lighter color. Right now, this is essentially just a dark middle tone. And of course, there's Ganymede. You can already see the difference between the two. Geez, Valfira, you gonna wow? What the? Did that something that just popped up today? Cause yeah, Valfira, I'm not super privy to that. There was other stuff that popped up. That was not one of the things that popped up. That is not one of the things that popped up. So yeah, you're gonna have to fill me in there. Geez, Valfira, and gosh, we got some. Well, I think we got. Don't we have games coming up on? We have games coming up this tomorrow. We got games coming up tomorrow. So Elite, it's great to see you again, of course. And Elite, yeah, now it's going to be, of course, one of the. It's not this weekend, but next weekend is going to be the Army Navy game. So Valfira, did Bama get in over South Carolina? That's when you mention those records, that's what comes to mind. Is Bama over South Carolina? Now I guess what was the head-to-head? Because oh, that's right. Because Bama beat South Carolina, right? I think that might be it, Valfira. Is that I think Bama beat South Carolina? And of course, South Carolina is one of those teams that all of a sudden just started beating all these top 10 teams. Like, was it Kansas was another? Actually, wasn't it South Carolina? They beat 3 top 10 teams. Yeah, Valfira. To be honest, I don't know. I think South Carolina is a more dangerous team right now. Wouldn't you say that? I would definitely say that South Carolina, of the two teams, South Carolina is, if you were to look at who you would want to play and who you wouldn't want to play, especially in the playoffs, heck, I don't think you'd want to play them in an SEC championship either, Valfira. And of course, the College Football Report is brought to you by the Wappeville Sports Network. We report the news before it is news. Now, Valfira, South Carolina, I think they got a legitimate claim to say they could be somewhere in the, because like that LSU game, Valfira, they should have won that. Unless that's actually the game you're talking about. That could very well be the game that you're talking about right there. You know what? Let me see something here. Let me see if I can't take... I'm just going to use this brush. Yeah, Sarge, it's one of those D20 adventures where 3/4 of the results on the dice are a 1. At least it kind of feels like that, doesn't it? Sometimes there, Sarge. It sure feels like that sometimes. Where's my... I'll just maybe use you. Again, before we get too much of the lighter craterage in there, going to do this now. You can see here that that is a little bit less shiny now. What am I using this thing here? Nope. This one. I'm rolling with the Van Dyke Brown here. Ooh, and again, this is some of the Payne's Gray from Gamlin. And again, I did post the latest video to the Patreon page earlier today. I think I was still filming that thing at least 5, almost 6 o'clock this morning. Again, another crazy day, and tonight's probably going to be a mostly all-nighter kind of a night. Again, just trying to really build in some darks here. As you can see, I'll use this as a blending brush here. Now, and by the way, we're only 47 minutes in. I believe this is the first multi-ornament stream that we've done. Unless the... Oh, no, wait. I think there was Mars and... well, and the Eye of Sauron. I think that might have been one of the other... the only other multiple ornament stream. Nope, nope, nope. It's this one. This one. There we go. Again, trying to work in some of those really, really dark so that when we get those light colors in there, it's really going to have a big, big impact. You know what? You know what? I'm just going to do that. Up in here. Whoops. Okay, nothing's going in there. It's all staying on the outside of it. Fine, whatever. Just do that, and then we'll do this. That's how it's going to be. Wrong blending brush. We want this one. So yeah, these two holders, as you can see, they're two different heights. So it's going to sometimes be a little wonky there. Now we're going to take these and soften some of these up here. We'll keep rolling with the blending brush here. And then when we get to those later craters, it's really going to make a big, big difference here. So just again, taking the soft blending brush to it. This one. Where are we at here? And now we're going to have at it with all of these much smaller, lighter craters and such here. Obviously, we'll get in and refine stuff more and more as we go along, because reasons. Might even put a little bit thinner on that. And then we'll probably actually head back over to Ganymede to, well, same thing, to allow this paint to have a chance to set so that we can manipulate things a little bit easier. Valfira, there was, oh gosh, it was one of those, was it the wireless chargers or something like that? And it said it was like a universal kind of thing. I was skeptical. Because this phone has been so not great. I wouldn't be surprised if it would be like the one phone that didn't work with that. So yeah, I can start to see we're working in again these lighter craters, and there's tons and tons and tons of them, to the point where I might even have to do a spatter thing. That's how many craters there are on Callisto. Again, that's why they kind of refer to it as the dirty snowball. And we're going to do this. Again, just gotta work tons of craters into this. Just massive numbers of craters. Valfira, now that I've got that iPad thing, well, I think there was one time where I dropped that, and of course, thank goodness I have the heavy duty case. I wanted to get like the super ultra heavy duty case, because just guaranteed to drop something like that. There's my blending brush here. We'll just use you there. Come on. Down there. So these are kind of your somewhat larger later craters. We're going to soften the edges on some of these too. But as you can see, two very different surfaces between Ganymede and Callisto there. Well, very different surfaces between Callisto and Io. Get back to my later stuff here. And we might still go in some areas that are going to even be a little bit darker than this. Hey, there's Sector X. Happy Friday there, Sector X. I hope that you're doing well, and I'm sure everything is still going well with your printing there. I wish that I don't know. There's a part of me that keeps just wanting to get another bamboo X1. Again, it's kind of the devil, you know. You already know what kind of weird little foibles it has. I'm glad that you're feeling a little bit better there, Sectorix. Boy, how long did that last? That lasted a little while. Oh, thanks, Sectorix. Yeah, say that was because I remember you said that, and I thought for sure that you'd be not necessarily running marathons or anything like that, but would be not down for the count quite so much for that long. I'm glad that you're finally on the upswing there. Yeah, G Sectorix, sorry that you had to deal with that. That is definitely in the no bueno. I mean, I guess I don't know. Is this flu season or peak of flu season, or is there? I think there's multiple flu seasons actually. Yeah, like you say, Sectorix. Sector, I'll have to shoot you some pictures of things that have been printed. Oh, Sectorix earlier. I mean, it was as simple as you could possibly imagine. It was nothing complex in any way, shape, or form. But for the first time, I used the actual slicer or the I cut something in the bamboo slicer. It was just a big, gigantic object, and I said, actually, no, I did my second one today. That's right. This is actually the second one here. Let's check Bambi Cam. Holy smokes, I almost forgot. 1 second here. Wait a minute. It's not what I'm looking. Here we go. Yeah, let's see how this thing is doing here. One secola here. Yeah. So it's this thing here, which it was tiny. I mean, by tiny, it was. I think this is 408% bigger. But this part here that was sticking off of it, obviously that was hanging off the build plate. So I just used the slicer thing. I cut that, repositioned it. It's actually easier doing that than using the well, whatever it is, the nasty Windows version of a program there. Now, the one thing I haven't done, Sectorix, is try and do some like extruding and some drilling to create pegs. That I didn't. Unfortunately, there was no time for something like that. It was literally just okay. At least I got a cut. Now I can print it, get it printed. But that's another thing that I want to learn how to do there, Sectorix, is to do again, just kind of okay. I cut this thing. Now what I need to do is put some pegs on it so that the two pieces will stay together, or more pieces. Actually, oh gosh, let me go back to this here real quick. So armored, geez, that was the other thing I meant to tell you there, Armored Wolf. That oh yeah, it's this company called Galeri Airbrush. So yeah, they contacted. That was another reason why things just went so late last night, is because I was getting messages back and forth from them. Oh, that's good to know, as there's Sectrix, because I wasn't sure, because I'm getting an awful lot of, you know, these here. We want to send you this, and we want you to review this. It's kind of funny, Sectrix, the one company that has not done any of that, and I think I'll give like Grand Oracle and Valfira the chance to guess on this. The one company that you would think maybe they would send something this way, but they haven't sent anything. Now Sector X, I think what they have a new thing with a siphon feed, and ironically enough, that actually might be the best thing they could send because that is something I would use for terrain and for painting backdrops. So actually, that might not be the worst thing that they could send. Ah, Velfira's got it right. Yeah, Velfira, because I keep seeing people, showing off their copies of the new MESBG and stuff. And when people say, "Well, what do you mean you don't have one of those?" I say, I think we're well, because they're aligned with big acrylic, right, Velfira? Yeah, Sector X, it totally makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, right? We don't have any followers. We don't have any Instagrams or anything like that. We don't have a YouTube channel. None of those things. It's not like we haven't painted hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Lord of the Rings miniatures or uh, posted battle reports or done every terrain environment possible in Middle Earth. We haven't done any of those things. Why would that be the case? It makes total sense, right, Sector X? Oh, by the way, this is also not the lightest light for our craters either. I just find it hilarious, Sector X, that all these other companies, like like cameras, now this airbrush thing, and I never heard of them before. Never heard of them. But GW, well, never mind. Velfira, I think it's safe to say that they outnumber, and that's just this is just the stuff that I've painted. If you start to get into the ones that are already printed, you could be looking at a 10-to-1 ratio, Velfira. And that's I keep telling people that's what it is because probably well again we are the linseed fellowship to big acrylic. Sector, let me see. I had their. Oh yeah. So that must be. Well, there was one I saw for $45 on Amazon. That's like their low priced one. So that must be the 39. Of course, Sector X. I saw a couple of the whatchamacallit, the trigger type brushes. There's two different one. One of them is $133. That's the Airbrush Ace Series, the Shallow Swallowtail and Barbados Rex. Actually, Sector X, that's super helpful. Sector X, I might be sending you more messages about these, just so that I have more info to give people, especially if it's something that you recommend. It's the Mobius. That's the one that's coming here. Mobius with that siphon feed. Actually, Sector X, it's really good because now I can tell people, I can say, well, other folks have tried this and they really like it. It's kind of like with the water-based or the water washable oils, whatever the heck they are, where I can tell people it's like I've never used them, but the three other people I know that got them used them once, maybe twice, and never used them again. Think of that what you will. So Sector X, that is actually very, 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 very useful info. So I'm glad I mentioned it, Sector X. I almost forgot because, well, it's been that kind of day. well, it's been that kind of month and a half or 2 months, 2.5 months, pretty much since September, about mid-September when things all kind of went wonky. Now, Sector X, I could swear as we get the first part of our double rake, because this is Kaylee Larson. Capmaster will be following up in no time at all. Hey there, Kaylee, how you doing? See how I used my powers of foresight to predict that second raid from Capmaster. How you doing there, Cap? And of course, Kaylee, I know you're going to head off to sleep
Hello,
there.
little hobbits. Spark my
So
goblets.
thank you so much for the raid, and thank you so much, Weremo. I appreciate that. This is Dirty Snowball indeed. Where's the other one? Where's that Ganymede? Because this right here, this is Callisto. It's one of the moons of Jupiter. And here it is. There's Ganymede. So we're working actually on count them, two different moons of Jupiter. Now we've done one other moon. Done this actually a couple times. That is Io. And oh, there it is. There's Jupiter. So it's holiday time. Hey there, Crypt Shadow. How you doing? Nice to see you, Spottius, Shark. We have to get one of these rolls here on our Gandalf 6. What's going to happen? Long as it's not a 1. Survive in advance, Wormhole. How you doing? So great to see you there, Cap. And of course, Cap, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now, last week, we painted Middle Earth as part of Arda. So this is actually all of Arda. That's just Middle Earth. You got the Brandywine River. You got the Anduin River. There's Mordor right. There's Sauron right there. That's the Sea of Ruin. You got Harad, Far Harad, Bay of Belfalas over here. You've got Numenor would have been over here, but you've got Valinor there. And then, of course, you have all the lands to the east. You have some of your... Oh, and, of course, we call this... what was it? Australia Arctica? Or Arcstralia. I think that's what I called it. Yeah, Arcstralia. So thanks so much, Wormhole. Appreciate that. Actually, Velfair, it's kind of funny. I was just about to ask... I asked him... Oh, it seems like they have quick release things too. So I asked him about those. Now, here's some of our other planets. Speaking of moons, there's Damoon. This is our favorite of all planets. There's Pluto right there. Absolutely love Pluto, of course. We've got Mars here too. There's Mars. Oh, there's Mariner Valley. There's your Tharsis range, right, with Olympus Mons. So, yep, there's Mars. And well, actually, here's regular Earth. And we're streaming to you from right there. There you go. So, Cap, I hope that you're doing well. Of course, here's one of our... We do paint things besides planets. So this is one of our latest videos right here. Just did that one. Oh, what was the other... yeah. This was our Monday stream. So yeah, this was actually our last stream. We did a bunch of these. Again, so that's some Necron ships 3D printed there. Even this actually is 3D printed, the base there. So yeah, that was pretty fun. So again, you want to share anything, Catmaster, please go ahead. So yeah, Sector X, it's basically so you can, instead of having to unscrew the airbrush, turn off the compressor, while the compressor is running, you can just pop off one airbrush and exchange it for another. Let's see. No problem there. Everybody please check out that Insta link that Catmaster just shared. So Crypt Shadow, I hope that you're doing well. Great to see you again, of course. And Catmaster, hopefully you're feeling okay. I know sometimes it's better than other times. But yeah, Sector X. I'll show you. Well, I'm going to be filming a video on it. It's a really small. Actually, geez, Velfair, you could probably post a link there. Yeah, Velfair, why don't you post the Amazon link to the one that I think both of us have, and then Sector X will know exactly what we're talking about. So Sector, I was just about to ask you. Remember the external needle airbrush that I was talking about? That I think is an old is a Pache that I had years ago that I really 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 loved. I don't think it would work with miniature paint. It worked with watercolors, but yeah, I don't think it would work with miniature paint at all. I don't even know if it would work with primer. Crypt Shadow. A lot of stuff comes from the same place. Yep. You'd be surprised at how much stuff is the same thing with a different label, or 90% the same thing with a different label. That happens an awful lot. So you can see again the difference here between Ganymede and Calisto. Actually, we're going to set that one aside. We're going to let that one have a chance to just set there. So there you go. Thanks, Velfair, for posting that. So yeah, Sector X, that is the tiny little. Oh, okay. Let me get back to my references here. There we go. I'm looking at this going, well, where's my references? What happened there? Where'd my references go? The swallowtail is great. Sector X, I will. Well, thanks for arming me with some knowledge. So I can tell him now that I talked to somebody that uses the product, knows it well. Yeah, Sector X, and it's weird because it not only does the external cup, but the needle is actually bent because the cup is off to the side and it holds next to no paint. And by next to no paint, I mean literally almost no paint whatsoever. It's hilarious. So yeah, they just contacted me last night. Well, I don't know. I think about 4:20 this morning. We'll use this there. Let's see. So Crypt Shadow, it was just emails. That is not unusual. Most of my communications pretty much happen pretty much after 1 in the morning. So that's pretty much a standard day. Yeah, Sector X. I just wasn't really sure because again you get somebody to contact and you just say, okay, is this a legit thing? Is this just a brand new company that is not very good? Those kind of things. Let's do this. I'm just going to keep working with this. And again, this is not our lightest light yet. This is still not our lightest light. We're getting there, but it's not our lightest light. Speaking of which, I need to get this. 1 second here. There we go. That's better. Because we need some of our darks down here too. let's see. Yeah, let's roll with this. Let's keep going with this. I think we need to keep this on the drier side too. Also changing the color. It's a little bit more of the kind of the asphaltum color there. See, we're starting to fill in some of our territory here. So again, Cap, thanks so much for the raid. I know you probably have to get yourself to sleep here pretty soon, because I'm sure it's pretty late for you. Oh, and by the way, 1 hour 15 minutes ago, these had no paint on them. So yeah, this is all just in the last 1 hour 15 minutes. Yeah, that's kind of always the case, right, Sector X? There's always, it seems like, some kind of trade-offs where this aspect is really good, this other aspect maybe not so good, but it's kind of a consequence of doing, this sort of whatever, having this feature or something like that. All right, we're going to keep rolling like this. Yeah, that's now I'm starting to feel, we're starting to feel the Ganymede here. There we go. Just gotta be patient. Don't be hasty, little hobbits, especially in space. Don't be hasty. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff we need now. Now, Cap, hopefully just of late, that's been kind of held in check, and you've been able to make a lot of progress on different painting projects. Because I know sometimes you have a good run for a while, and then there's other times where it's just kind of mayhem for weeks on end, and then it kind of calms down again. Now, Grand Oracle, I'm glad that you're going to get yourself maybe a little time, well, a little Grand Oracle time. So yeah, this actually this has been. I think I've been able to get a little bit more in the shape of things that are obviously, something like Iowa is just so recognizable, right? There's just nothing else like it in the solar system. I think I've done some 2D paintings of Callisto and Ganymede, but never an ornament yet. So this should be very fun. So in some ways, this is a little bit like your seas on the moon. Where the heck did the moon roll off to? I think it's over here, right? Where essentially these darker patches, and you can see them better on this part of the moon there. That's where a massive impact happened, and it's effectively lava. Here, you obviously your lighter colors, that is ice that's come to the surface via impacts. So the lava on a thing like Ganymede or Callisto is just ice. Wow, at Cap, that's fantastic on multiple levels. It can sort of, it can definitely, I don't want to say wear on you, but after a while you can just say, man, I don't get to keep anything. I mean, that's what I said multiple times when people would say, oh, what, if you won the lottery or something like that. I said, well, I would paint not only just as much as I do now, probably more, and then I would get to keep it all for me. So I definitely understand that, Cap, for sure. I echo that sentiment. Now we're going to do that, and then we're going to just take this here. Just want to get that off of my hanger. So you can get these ornaments on Amazon. They're just literally blank. They're like ping pong balls. They're just hollow. If you were to bounce this thing on the ground, as long as it doesn't hit this thing, it'll just bounce like a ping pong ball. That'd be fantastic, Cap. Hopefully, maybe a building that just makes it easier for you to get around and do the stuff. I'm sure you would totally hate that. Yeah, you would just, that's not something you would want at all, right? Grand Oracle, what was it? The plan never survives first contact with the enemy. I'm not sure our plans even last that long. I think the plan is dead as soon as you call it a plan. As soon as it's named as a plan, it's dead. Something's going to happen, or multiple things are going to happen. That's fantastic, Cap. Because that is such a huge impact on absolutely everything. So that would be, yeah. Here's hoping that works out for you there, Cap. I tell you, Grand Oracle, we should just walk around all the time saying, "Why we have no plan. There are no plans for anything. We have no idea what's going to happen at all." Sectorix, if you could shoot me a link to that. I think Sectorix. Oh, geez, I probably didn't hear that. I got this program for doing AI music, and well, my early results were actually really, really good. Then I tried doing the advanced settings, and one of the things that is true about well regular AI is that if you get a weird image, it's just kind of humorous or just bizarre. Whereas the AI music, you get punished because it kind of sounds like a bad children's orchestra doing some kind of mashup of Mozart and death metal. So yeah, Sectorix. I think we were talking about. Oh, were we talking about using AI to basically create short videos to maybe take a longer form video and break it down into maybe shorter clips? Actually, Sectorix. I was gonna try to start doing some research on that. Is there any kind of software? Well, actually, I'll just have to shoot you a bunch of messages there, Sectorix, and try and kind of tell you, okay, these are all the things that I'm hoping to try and research here. Let me see. What do I? Yeah. We'll use this. We will use this thing here. And of course, while Sectorix is here, what are we using to paint these? These are the fabulous Battlecraft supplies paint holders. There's multiple configurations, multiple sizes. Look at this. So, and of course, we've been using these like crazy. What's nice with this, as you can see, you can open this up here. I've got sand and pennies in there. And then, of course, you can do this and swap out different, again, different rigs there as needed. So yeah, Sectorix, that's one of the things that I need to be able to start doing is doing the AI music and maybe something that again can just take a bunch of pictures, maybe some B-roll footage, and then maybe some of the music, and then just basically create some kind of little 1 minute, 2 minute long video tops. Yeah, Sectorix, wish you knew the guy that made them, right? You wish you knew who it was that created those things in the first place. But obviously, they have been super handy for all things terrain. Sectrix, I'll have to send you some of the Dwarven terrain that I've been printing out, which I think a bunch of it will actually fit on stream because it's about the size of the Hobbit holes. Sector, oh, geez, Sector, I don't think you had a, geez, I think you only saw maybe one or two of these because I think you were sick while those were going on. And of course, well, we've been painting our Japanese ships now. Yeah, Sectrix, if it doesn't fit on camera, I will at least try to take as many pictures and just kind of categorize, what would you say, catalog everything, archive all the different things. So maybe I'll take the photos of it, but I also have a turntable thing, so maybe I can film that. Oh, that's good, Sectorix. Actually, Sectorix, oh, you know what? I guess if I were to take enough pictures continuously, I could almost do like a time-lapse photography. So let's see, 14 centimeters is is that about 8 inches tall or so? I think that would be around maybe 8.5 inches tall. I keep thinking that 15 centimeters is 6 inches. So maybe it's not that big. Ah, so it is 6 inches. Okay. Oh, let me see. This thing right here is probably one, two, so this is probably 4 inches tall, and I'm zoomed in all the way. So I think something that is 6 inches should fit on camera. And of course, Sectorix will certainly do the object source lighting on it. Oh, I don't know if you saw the one 2D painting we did of Sauron. But if you go, I'll try and find the. Ooh, gee whiz. Unfortunately, I don't have the pictures because, well, unfortunately, that computer is dead and took those pictures with it. Although it might be on the Instagrams. Catmaster, unfortunately, as Armored Wolf says, hashtag no sleep in Wapoville. It is a 24/7 kind of a thing. Because when I'm not streaming, I'm filming. If I'm not streaming or filming, I'm editing and rendering videos. If I'm not doing that, then I'm taking photos, processing photos, posting those to the socials. And as Sectrix mentions, this is also a home repair channel. And I've been working on the house, Capmaster, basically since May of 2023. I still haven't even gotten to the kitchen floor yet. I have all of the flooring is sitting there. There was the new garage that was built. Capmaster, I've been creating new filming and streaming areas. Actually, let me see here. You can, and this is just one of them here. Let me get to the instas here. No, not there. There. We're almost there. Here we are. 1 second here. Where'd that? There's the post. So this is there we go. So that is one of the filming slash areas photography areas. Right over here, you can't see it, but there's a 3 foot by 3 foot photo booth right over there. And then there's two more areas just like this that I've developed for trying to film things and shoot photographs. And of course, you can see the. So, Sector X, this is the kind of thing that I'm thinking. Well, I don't know about the siphon feed, but that other one you're talking about, the was that the swallowtail? This is the kind of thing that I'd like to do with that. I appreciate the thought there, Capmaster. There's just so many things going on here all at once. It's just so impossible to. Well, that's why we came. Oh, where's my juggling? Here it is. So, Capmaster. Oh, you'll be seeing these at Adepticon. So this is me juggling flaming chainsaws. So Recoil created this with AI. When on the stream we were joking about life is like juggling flaming chainsaws. Catmaster, I think you've juggled a few of those, maybe several of those all at once. And look at these. There are some keychains of the flaming chainsaw. Yep, keychains of a flaming chainsaw. Geez, Cap, I didn't realize we were quite that it's like Proxima Centauri there. Let's see. So yeah, Sector X. It did intrigue me because what I'm really not going to use the airbrush necessarily for is stuff like this, right? I'm not going to use it. It's not like the old days of watercolors. Now here, this is where I was using that needle, or sorry, the was that the external needle one? Where are we at here? 1 second, 1 second. Already passed it. Nope, passed it again. Where's my 2D art here? There it is. So these, like that, like this, and I think, well, that one, these. So these were the ones that I used that needle, or the again the external needle. Now this one, that's actually just regular acrylics on a textured surface. That's Mars right there. That is a terraformed Mars. Catmaster, unfortunately, the house is basically destroyed right now. The basement is probably the most functional area because that's where a lot of the work, well, like those photo areas are. But sadly, the kitchen area is one of the first areas you go through, and that's where the floor is all torn up. So it's kind of a no-go zone. So yeah, that is one of the things that's kind of very, very frustrating. Right, Horns fan? How you doing there, Horns fan? There's nothing happening at all college football for the next 2 weeks, right, Horns fan? There is nothing going on. There's certainly not an SEC championship to game to play. Not at all. So I think you're going to be super bored. Actually, Horns fan, what are you going to do this weekend? You're going to be absolutely bored out of your mind. So thanks, Horns fan. Catmaster, I was hoping that would happen about a year ago. I was well. Then there was the car theft that happened. And remember, in that was October of 23. Cap, I'll just shoot. Actually, hey Cap, would maybe shoot me an Instagram message if you could, and then that way I can kind of maybe send you some pictures of some of the stuff that I've been working on around the house. Well, Horns fan, hopefully, speaking of Adepticon, that is something that you can get to this year. Yeah, Cap, because I think, boy, if I think I even have some before and after pictures that I could show you that are absolutely just. They're things that remind me of just how much stuff has been done here. as opposed to just thinking, well, geez, it's been a year and a half. But no, there's been a lot of stuff done. Now let me see if I can. Now I gotta need to get my smaller brush in here. So 1 hour 35 minutes ago, again, these had no paint on them whatsoever. All right, where's my? We'll use this. We'll use this. We gotta start getting some more of these finer cracks in here. We're gonna maybe utilize this. There we go. So in some ways, where's our Pluto again? Nope. Yeah. So see all this stuff up in here? It's a little bit what we have to do right there. So Hornsfan, I'm just glad that you're able to maybe get back into painting there. I mean, all kidding aside about college football and how much we love that, I do hope that you can start to get to do some of your miniature painting again. I do think it's going to be a heck of a weekend. Actually, Horns fan Ryan is traveling to Dallas. He's got something like what is it, an 11-hour drive or something. Hey there, Zinkai. Nice to see you there. If everybody could please check out that link that Armored Wolf shared. Again, that's the Instagrams. That's where you can see things like that big old terrain board. That's just one of dozens of terrain boards. So Catmaster, I've printed out several entire cities. Dol Amroth, Minas Morgul, Fornost, Osgiliath, Umbar. Actually, well, we'll be printing out more of Rivendell. I've got all of Lothlorien printed out, basically. We have a massive, obviously, we have Shire Town. Oh, geez, Hornsven, you missed all the hobbits. You missed all the hobbits. Where is he? Is that the mayor? No, that's not. Well, this is Farmer Maggot there. Yeah, that's Farmer Maggot, but where's the mayor? Where is he? Oh, there he is. So yeah, that's Mayor Bilbo Shenanigans right there. And he's the mayor of Upper Shire Town. So Catmaster, ooh, geez, Catmaster, I'll have to send you pictures then because basically I've printed out all of Moria and also, well, Khazad-dûm / Moria and now Erebor. Yeah, I've got tons of dwarven buildings for Erebor. Geez, Hornsfan, if you got any pictures of that, well, if you want to post them in the chat, but if you got any fun pictures from there, shoot them to me on the Instas or whatever. Armored was see. This is a cuisine channel, and of course. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see if we can bring this up here. 1 second. I think it'd be yeah. This is the easiest way to do it. There we go. So there's the first batch of Christmas cookies right there. First batch of them. Yeah, that'd be fantastic, Horns fan, because you know how much we hate painting landscapes here. It would be really, really horrible if you had any pictures of, say, Mont Saint Michel or Chartres Cathedral or even the newly repaired Notre Dame there, because we don't like painting landscapes at all, Horns fan. We hate those. We totally hate those. We refuse to ever paint those. And I'm sure you would hate one of your French vacation or France vacation scenes to be actually be painted. That would be terrible. Ah, look at that. Now we're starting to get some finer details in here. Horns fan. Ooh, geez. I don't know if you remember. It was one of our French friends that used to hang out on stream here. But I told him, I said, I swear that I have family that came from the Alsace region. Oh, yes, we were fellow Strasbourgians. That's it. Yes. And that was just what we were joking about there, Horns fan. It's like, now I'm French, now I'm German, now I'm French, now I'm German. It was exactly that same thing. So that's pretty hilarious. That is pretty hilarious. Ah, so there you go. You were in Strasbourg or Strasbourg. Well, that's fantastic. Well, in that case, we definitely have to see those pictures so that we can paint some Alsace landscapes. So see how now we're starting to add the little details. We had to kind of block it, and we'll be doing the same thing with Callisto here as well. So that is really cool there, Horns fan. And of course, everybody, please check out that the Insta link that Capmaster just shared, and please give Capmaster a follow. Let's not forget that. So we need all of these cracks here, right? Because again, it's all ice. All these, well, they look like minute cracks. These are actually very large cracks here. Thanks so much, Cap, and I'll shoot you some pictures tomorrow as soon as I can. Let's see. Actually, well, Horns fan, we have some of our fellow stream friends, a lot of Kathy's friends from the Netherlands. Yeah, there's Mr. Snowiak, that's right, also from the Netherlands. And Horns fan, he would go by those because he did a lot of bike riding, a lot of cross country bike riding, and he would ride past those, and he would be just, that's something that he would certainly smell, and he would talk about that very often. So again, doing all these cracks here. You would sort of see this on Europa too, but Europa, because of the gravitational pull between Jupiter, Io, and everything else, that refreshes itself much more frequently than, say, Callisto and Ganymede. Let's see. Cap, if there's any link that you can share, so everybody that, let's see. So Cap is trying to raise some. Actually, hey Cap, do you have a fund goal going on during your stream also? Like we just would have. Remember the ones we had down here for Kathy and stuff? I don't know if you've done any of those. They actually work pretty well, uh, and well, they were pretty easy to set up too. So Cap, if you have any pictures of the mech Santas or anything like that that you would want to share, just to let people know what they could be getting. Oh, that's good, Cap. I didn't know about those until someone told me. They said, why don't you set up one of those those goal things? Like, what are you talking about? I had no clue. So again, more of these nifty little cracks here. Let's do some more right there. So it takes those darker patches there. So yeah, we've got Ganymede here, Callisto here, and again, we're going to be getting our latest light. We still have not gotten our latest light on either of these. We're working with maybe a light middle tone right now. Perhaps a light middle tone. Yeah, we're going to try and get as many of these cracks flowing here as we can. Need to get some of them down here too. No, that's we need a cleaner blending brush for that. Yeah, Horn Sven, you never know what you just never know what you might find, right? Now, let me get rid of all this paint. Let me see if we get some of our fast matte white here and really start doing some lighter stuff. Because, well, now we're at 1 hour 46 minutes in. There we go. We're breaking this down, breaking it down a little bit more. And this is pretty much straight up fast matte white. This should look dramatically different. And oh, yeah, wow. Okay. I mean, I knew that was going to look a little bit different, but holy smokes, now we can really see some difference here. Okay, so everybody please check out that link that Capmaster just shared. And again, that's a place where you can donate to the cause of helping out Capmaster, getting into a building that's going to be a whole lot easier to negotiate and do not just regular daily life stuff, but also miniature painting stuff. So have yourself a good night there, Cap. And again, I hope that your Thanksgiving was also a fantastic one. So again, doing the now getting some of those later craters going here. And again, we got to do the same thing with Callisto. And all this being done with oils, by the way, just regular artist oils out of the tube. So see you later, Cap. Thanks again. Appreciate you being here, and thanks so much for the raid. And everybody, please give Capmaster a follow if you could. Fine, we'll lighten you up too. Also this. Here. Yeah, that really makes a big, big difference there. So again, not quite the... remember, because this is a much larger moon than our moon, so the craters are just not going to be quite so obvious and gigantic. I forget if it's Ganymede or Callisto. I don't want to say maybe it's double the size of our moon, but it's at least 60 to 70% larger. Hey, Gilded Brush, how you doing? So, Gilded Brush, I hope that the stream was very fun. Everybody, please give Gilded Brush Studios a follow. And Gilded Brush, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So Gilded Brush, we painted, I think it was 8 hobbits. Look at this. This is that's the mayor of Shiretown right there. No, mayor of Upper Shiretown. So that's Bilbo Shenanigans right there. Oh, there's a farmer maggot there, but we also have oh, where's there this lady here? Was it Denethor? Yeah, I think Denethor. This is Henrietta Hammerwell with the whatever chickens right there. So it's Henrietta Hammerwell. So Gilded Brush, gee whiz, painted or I've printed out so much. I've printed out all of Erebor now. Printed out pretty much all of Khazad-dûm. There's still a few more things I'd like to print out for that. Let me get now. Let's really get some of our small little craters in here. So Gilded Brush, yeah, you want to share something in the chat? Please go ahead and do that. Now as we, there we go. I thought there was an area we were missing with some of our latest craters here. No problem there, Gilded Brush. So now when we start doing these later craters over the top of our much darker surface here, that hopefully will set that backwards. At least that's what it should do. So many little craters here. And again, I could have, I guess, done the same kind of spatter thing that we did to create the small sets. It's funny. It's really all that different than what we did on this base with different colors. If actually, Velfira, remind me if we do a film noir to have maybe those two in the same scene, because that could be an interesting film noir to compare two things where it's almost kind of the same technique, but with very different colors. Now, I don't want to step on a potential film noir that you were thinking of doing. So again, working with the fast matte white to create some of these much lighter colors. That was not quite what we're looking for there. So we've actually got some variation in color. We have some that are a little bit more towards the yellow. Remember, we also use the asphaltum in a few spots. Up here, we don't have too much up there with our lighter craters. Might even put a little more thinner in that. Thin sticks to thick, and vice versa. Oh, wait, let's do this here. So Sectrix, I think with that Sauron bust there, I think we'll go with the darker primer on that. And we'll just do the later dry brushy stuff because, well, that would take forever to do the traditional pre-glaze on. Hey there, T-Cat, how you doing? So T-Cat, I think I might have actually sent you pictures of the first batch of, I almost said a Halloween cookie, of Christmas cookies. The very, very first batch. More will be made. Actually, I already have several more, like at least 24 more baked. They just haven't gotten their decorations yet. So everybody please give T-Cat a follow. And of course, T-Cat, you want to share something in the chat? Please go ahead and do that. So yeah, Sector X will be doing the dry brushy stuff, and then the pin line, all the pin line washy stuff too. I think you can, yeah, you can see how much lighter those craters are than the ones on Callisto there. Now I'm gonna go back to this. Ooh, not that dark. Not quite that dark. Let's maybe roll with this here. T-Cat, yeah, actually, Kathy created the. Well, obviously we had those elf cookie cutters, and it was either we had extra green or something, but Kathy made them into goblins. So that pretty much it stuck. I don't know if I've ever made a regular elf out of them. I think they've all been goblins ever since. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that TCAT just shared, and again, please give TCAT a follow. So TCAT, hopefully your Thanksgiving was fantastic. Yeah, let me carry this down further. A little bit further. And around my blending brush. And you can see how we want this to fade into this, right? Where the ice is kind of, again, flowed and kind of overpowered that. TCAT, yeah, that was Marty and Kimberly. Kimberly really was into, and still does, make the holiday cookies. And huge fans of Doctor Who, so they actually had that one made, the Christmas shark there. So every year we usually do at least 2 or 3 of the Christmas sharks. So everybody please check out the Insta link that Gilded Brush Studios just posted, and also please give Gilded Brush Studios a follow while you're at it. Blending brush. Nope, I'm going to use this one. Going to use that. It's a little bit... it can be difficult to use because it's really long, really narrow. Of course, I'm using the nutmeg recipe. So instead of gingerbread, which kind of goes and expands, the nutmeg recipe, it holds its shape exactly. It doesn't really expand at all. Now, it's fantastic gilded brush. And again, everybody please check out that link that Gilded Brush Studios just shared. And of course, while you're at it, please give Gilded Brush a follow too. So there you can see multiple kind of layers, right, of the little bit of detail in there. Now I'm also going to start doing some craters here that just have, they're just dark, and we'll do those in these lighter areas. Again, there's another batch of that. We're going to take this brush, and we're just going to, as you can see, kind of take some of the edges off of it. So you can see we're doing some of the same stuff down here that we have up there. And again, 2 hours ago, both of these ornaments had no paint on. They were just basically primed gray. And where's there? Here it is. There's Callisto and there's Ganymede. Yeah, gilded brush. I know. I figured that had to be a pretty long stream there. So again, everybody, please give Gilded Brush a follow. Because what is it? It's 1:22 in the morning here. might. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. It's a little bit darker here. It's the Van Dyke Brown. I'll do the same to here too. Yeah, so it's not just like some kind of weird blob on there. There's actually some kind of texture, so this represents some kind of regolith instead of just, well, it's like somebody smeared something on there. Yeah, sorry, there was another later start. Well, Thursday streams tend to just be later starts. Again, tomorrow's stream could also be a later start, depends on certain things. Now I have, oh good, here he is. I have from Dandelions and Middle Earth, I have a bunch of the Elves of Last Alliance of Men and Elves printed out from Dandelion and Middle Earth. I just got to get some primer on those, and we might be painting just some of those tomorrow. What I would like to do is actually paint some of that Erebor terrain on stream, because we might even be able to winterize it on stream. We haven't used the, I don't know if I would, well, I could use also the crushed glass snow too, I guess. But we'll see how that goes. It kind of depends on how much of the screen they take up. Can I, yeah, I'm going to try and push this a little further up into here. Maybe not that solid of a line. Here we go. We got this. That's what we need to do. Hey there, Thranuel. Nice to see you, Thranuel. There, okay, yeah. Take a little bit of that away. So hopefully your Friday morning is off to a decent start. Now, thanks, Gilded Brush. Appreciate that. And again, take care. Have yourself a great Friday. Boy, oh boy, I've forgotten it. So distracted here, I've forgotten what all of the. Here, let me. What all the games are scheduled for tomorrow. That's sorry that you're kind of wiped out there, Thranuel. Here, I guess we'll just do this instead. It'll be easier. I mean, let's see, the Tulane Army game. That's another a bunch of conference championship games. Now the Boise State one. That's going to be kind of a bigger one, I think, maybe than the Army one, because, well, Boise State is the 10th ranked team in the country. And UNLV at least they are in the top 20. And it's a conference championship game, so that would have some impact on the playoffs. The Army game, not so much. All right, there we go. So even an area that initially was just kind of flat, right? There was just like this big pathway through here. You can see we're kind of doing some more channels within those channels. Making it a little bit more complex. There. And of course, initially we just literally dry brushed a whole bunch of colors on there. Let me get those hobbitses out of the way. I mean, I can even use this as a blending brush too. Any brush can be a blending brush. So TCAT wasn't sure if there was kind of an overarching project that, well, I don't know if you have necessarily a deadline for, or is it just kind of in between projects, or trying to work on as many projects at the same time as possible. So again, using a little bit of this darker stuff up in here. Again, you can see we're trying to get some few little extra bits of terrain in here. Using our blending brush. Again, kind of putting some little inserts here. So it's just not just one big wide open, just like a plain little line going through. We want to have all of these little spidery cracks going on, because that really is what these dirty ice ball or dirty snowballs are all about. So yeah, Horns fan. Saturday at 3 p.m. There's absolutely nothing going on, right? Absolutely nothing to see there. It's not another SEC critical game where the team that loses may not even be in the playoffs at all. So no pressure whatsoever, and it's not like the starting quarterback has an injury or anything. None of those things are true. Well, TCAT, I'm sure that was what you posted, right, in your Insta link there. So those are looking really fantastic. And yeah, TCAT, well, I'm hoping that I'll be able to do both of those, Adepticon, then Gen Con again. Let me have this run down into here. So now that we've got our smaller brush, we're able to do all of this. You can see that originally that was just a big old blob, right? That's all that was there. You know what? I'm going to try and get me some of that down over here. My micro blending brush. So see, that was all very, very start. Look at this. Look what just happened to that. It's still there. It's not gone. But can you imagine trying to paint that with the acrylics? That took seconds to paint. That again, here, we just plop that on there. We take this. We push that around. So in a matter of seconds, now we have something there. Thanks, TCAT. Well, TCAT, hopefully also I'll have a few more jerseys printed up by then. Yeah, hopefully we have one or two more. I'm gonna have to, I think, I have to do a Shire Town baseball jersey. That's it. I got to do a Shire Town baseball jersey. And I think we'll just have that Hobbit door kind of as the logo, maybe, with a pipe or something. I mean, we already have a baseball jersey that is based on our Dark Queen Schmaladriel army there, so why not? Why not more? And some more here. There we go. And of course, once this starts to set, everything kind of equalizes. You can see this nowhere near as shiny as it was. Now, TCAT. Now, of course, we did use the cobalt teal bluish, but you really could do something super similar with just phthalo green Prussian blue. It would be a lot cheaper doing it that way. I mean, cobalt teal bluish. It's not exactly yin min blue, but or Kanakanom golden brown. It's not quite that expensive, but it's a pricey thing.
So say we all.
Thanks, TCAT. We could certainly use that. Thank you so much, TCAT. Appreciate that. Yeah, TCAT. I'd have to say, at Gen Con, I probably ate 3 times as much as I did during Adepticon, which was longer. Yeah, Gen Con. There was lots of nice vittles at Gen Con. There was no starvation there, which was really fantastic. It was not quite as chaotic as Adepticon, that's for sure. So thanks, TCAT. Appreciate that. Let's see, that's too. Yeah, we gotta do something with. There we are. The one hard edge is okay. Continuous long hard edge, not so much. Hey there, Denethor. Great to see ya. He's like, where's that fiery moon? You know, the one where it's like volcanoes all over the place. Like, dude, it's not lava. He's like, yeah, but there's volcanoes all over the place. He's like, yeah, it's not fire like you're thinking. It's like, well, then what is it? It's like, oh, it's sulfur. It's like, dude, that stuff smells bad. How you doing there, Denethor? Happy Friday, and of course, Denethor, if you want to share your sculpting in the chat, please go ahead. So, Denethor, we're not painting just one moon, we're painting 2 moons of Jupiter, which will join Io here. Well, and of course, Jupiter, because reasons. We have the whole family of Jovian moons. Oh, that's actually making me hungry right now. TCAT. Yeah, that's making me hungry right now. And of course, Denethor, I think I sent you pictures of the very first batch of Christmas cookies. I mean, this is a cuisine channel after all. Now here, there's another thing at work. It's not just the colors are lighter or darker or midtones. This almost has a yellow look to it. That's more of that very neutral. That's the Van Dyke brown mixed with the Payne's gray. And then down here, this is a bit more of a reddish color right here. So yeah, Denethor, I was kind of really looking for. Well, I'm looking forward to all of the Thursday ornament painting streams. You know what? We might have to do a Neptune just to try out cobalt blue and ultramarine blue. I mean, we'll do other planets too, just because that one might only take about 20 minutes to paint. Maybe we'll maybe do that and Mimas. Maybe Neptune and Mimas. Well, Mimas might not take all that long either. It's just like paint one crater, oh, you're done. That's it. Mimas, one crater, everything else is done. Now, of course, Denethor, if you want to share again your sculpting in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And Denethor, well, here's hoping that you have a whole lot of fun streaming. I don't know if you guys are back into still playing the Valheim. Oh no, you were playing you were playing a different game. That's right. So this is Ganymede and this is Callisto, and they will join. They will join Io. Actually painted this one I think at least twice already. So you got all kinds of nice little bits of micro cracks and everything else happening here. Hey there, Merlin models. How you doing? Great to see ya. Well, let's see. This is a very different environment, but much more lush than our dirty snowballs. That's for sure. And of course, we have started painting our Lizardmen. Our Lizardmen Army painting series again. So it's kind of nice to reprise this. Oh, look at those spacescapes. To this day, people still say you only scratch sculpted those engines of the gods so that you can paint those spacescapes. I cannot confirm nor deny that. Most of this stuff was either heavily converted or made from scratch. So this is where I first started doing really the elaborate army basing, because this is basically my first Warhammer army here. And there's actually tutorials on all that terrain that you see. There's actually, that's on the Patreon page. Oh, look, here's another spacescape. Again, because we never do spacescapes on the channel here at all. Now, this is kind of fun because you have Sticky Wicket. That was the general of my army. But oh, look at that. That is also a 2D painting. And as you can see, I painted that at Games Day in 2009. Actually, just used miniature paint for that because that's what I had handy. That was pretty fun. And then you can see, oh, that's one of my skink and Croxigore units. That's the gigantic one. I believe there was 36 skinks and 4 Croxigores in that unit. Really loved that thing. Now here's some more of our, this is the army board right here. And I will be doing this again in a tutorial video series, hopefully. There's the river of blood that surrounded the temple there, kind of a moat type of a thing. And again, there's my Skink and Croxigore unit. Now, I think we also have some more of our lizard men coming up here, like Kerouac. That was all sculpted from scratch. Made out of Sculpey, same stuff we use now. I actually made a press mold for all the decorations. I think I still have those somewhere. And then, of course, there's the Carnosaur. That's the old metal Carnosaur, and we converted them to get the wings on them, and I also did that kind of little headdress crown thing on them as well. So that's our original Lizardman army. But now we are doing again, a Patreon series on the Lizardmen. It's a mega series, so we're doing at least 7 episodes on our lizards. Usually, typical army painting series is 5 episodes. Trying to get a little bit more of this lighter stuff in here, because we've been doing a lot of the darker. Now we're going to do some lighter versions of our cracks here. right, to get more and more details in this. So there was really nothing to look at here, pretty much at all. But you can see like all of these little cracks and fissures here. And again, 2 hours 20 minutes ago, these had no paint on them whatsoever. No, Denethor. There was other ones. That was probably, oh, you could say that was the largest one, Denethor, that I'd done the source lighting on. Because I think the first time I did object source lighting on a figure was probably 2001. And that Carnosaur was probably 2008, 2009, somewhere in there. So we'd actually been painting for a while. Now, of course, then the approach was not quite like it is now, where we literally just do that first. And of course, it all was done in acrylic, so that made it more of a challenge. Especially on those wings. Yeah, Denethor. That's why I'm looking forward to Smaug. That's that Navarrete Studios figure. Again, I don't know. Well, we're gonna do a lot of it with the airbrush stuff. It's funny, Denethor. When I saw that, I was like, I have painted minotaurs. I think I've even painted minotaurs on stream. That stupid autocorrect, right? It's like a cross between a minotaur and a carnosaur. So they were Blood Bowl were definitely the very first miniatures. Actually, Denethor, I think it was kind of simultaneous. Reaper miniatures and Lord of the Rings. Denethor at some point, geez, now I'll have to find that certificate again. But I think it was 2003. Kathy and I, it was at a little game store that only existed for about a year and a half, maybe. Uh, but they actually had, it was 2003, and that's when the Two Towers came out. And they actually had a little display board in the store of, it was like a little 3 foot by 3 foot thing, which is why when people thought, oh yeah, the new board size for Middle Earth is going to be 3 by 3, it's like no, they even all their display stuff years and years ago was 3 by 3. Merlin Models, if you wanted to post anything in the chat before you head out, anything that you've been working on, please go ahead and do that. Everybody, please give Merlin Models a follow. So Merlin, happy travels there. Hopefully no hassles. And thanks again for being here. Appreciate that. So everybody check out that Instagram link. Speaking of posting things to the chat, everybody check out Denethor's link with the fabulous sculpting and painting in there. So again, look at that. All kinds of very nifty channels and crack. Now let's set that aside for a sec and let's get to Ganymede over here. Let me get to my references. Oh yeah, I need to do that. There we go. Now I can see what I'm looking at here. And let's go back to the lightest light for Callisto. Just breaking down that fast mat weight again. One sec here, just breaking this down. There we go. And we might even... Is it this one? We can use this one, I think. And back again. There we are. So yeah, look at the difference. Adding the really light color makes. Oh yeah, Merlin, definitely please share. I can always tell when they're a Discord link because they're a mile long, right? It's just weird. I don't know why Discord links are always like that. But yeah, please go ahead and do that and let people see the fantastic stuff you've been doing. So again, this is Callisto, which is one of the darkest. It's one of the darkest surfaces in the solar system. At least that we have, lots of images of. There's other things that are surely darker than this, but it's one of the least reflective moons in the solar system. I remember that's kind of like what's the thing that I've never used? Oh, like Twit. No, not Twit. Like Twitter. That's it. That's the one. I never use that. Still have never done any kind of tweets or anything like that. Well, I haven't really used Discord either. Because it's not that I wouldn't. It's just there's only so much time, and of course we're posting a lot of stuff to Insta and YouTube and everything else. Let me get some. There we are. Some more lighter stuff there. We'll take this. We'll take the. Ooh, wait a minute. Let's get that darker stuff off there because we've been using it as a blending brush for Ganymede, getting all kinds of darker colors on it. There we go. Yep. Ooh, it's gonna start getting some of these down here. Where's that blending brush again? We're gonna do some ejecta there. It's not quite, again, like Tycho here, but wait a minute. Wrong planet. That's the one we're looking for. So it's nowhere near like that again because, and of course you can see why are the craters just little dots here? Because this thing is, again, it's not quite twice the size of the moon, but it is much bigger. And of course, again, you're talking about ice as opposed to essentially almost like, well, volcanic glass. Let me do this. Now we'll have to, again, we gotta make more, see how we've got this right here. We're gonna be doing some more of that in here too. So please check out the Discord link that Merlin Models posted. And thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Instagrams and the YouTube. I believe. Oh, where did it go? I think it was Kaga. No, was it? No, it was Akagi. This is Kaga here. But we did post that's one of our latest videos that we posted to the YouTube channel. Let's do this here. minus that fuzz there. We need to get some more of our lights in here. I got tons of these little craters to do. We haven't even gotten to like the really small ones yet. Blending brush. Merlin, if you could, I don't know if you wanted to send me, if you could send me a link, or just the pictures on Instagram or something like that. That would be very cool. 'Cause I can't click on links on the streams. But everybody be like Denethor. Please go check that out. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this here. Much later. And boy, there's so many of these to add. It's got a very different kind of surface from what we have on Ganymede. All these little guys here. More of them up here. Did I? Oh, yep, I already did those. Already did those guys. So let's say 2.5 hours ago. Both of these were just flat gray primer. I just took the Steinerres primer, brushed it on. Nothing terribly complicated. Oh, thanks, Merlin. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's been so crazy. I have not really had a chance to see anything people have been doing on the Instas or on Facebook. Let me do this here. Got all kinds of smaller craters here. Wow, a little bit more of these. Yep. There, some more. Yeah, we got to do some more of the. Let's get that before we keep doing all of these. And again, it's going to be some stuff similar to what we did over here. I'm actually using the Radiant Violet with our other colors. Is that going to be too light? Make sure, yeah, let's back away a little bit from that. And I'll bet you we'll be seeing a similar thing like this with Mimas. Painting that. Again, so everybody be like T-Cat and Denethor and go check out that link that Merlin Models just posted. So again, all of this radiating out here. And then much like on Ganymede, then we're going to have these cracks start to work their way through these darker portions of the ice there. So again, that's just like what we were doing here on Ganymede. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Let's pick this one and do again the same radiating cracks. So it ends up a little bit like what we did with Io there, but instead of dark on light, we have light on dark. Not that one, this one. And it kind of cuts into, again, some of this really dark stuff that we put out there, which is pretty Van Dyke Brown and a little bit of the Payne's Gray. That would be the Payne's Gray from Gamlin. We just put out our latest video on the Patreon page, and we tried 3 different Payne's Grays. We did stainings tests, and this was a brand new Payne's Gray that we never used before, ever. First time ever being used, and it was filmed for, again, one of our Patreon videos. I think it was Color Theory and Oils episode 45, which is why when you sign up for the Patreon page and you do that $15 pledge, again, get that popcorn ready because there's now well over 2,000 hours worth of videos. Think of it this way. Okay, there's 45 Color Theory episodes. I believe there's 73 regular basing episodes. There's at least a dozen diorama episodes. I think we're on terrain building episode 15 or something. There's 100 Dark Sword episodes, 112 on the Workbench episodes. There's the Metals Workshop series, Printing Workshop, Old World, Chapter Studies. That's where we're painting up our Space Marines. Painting Shatterpoint. I think we've got at least 9 of those. Oh yeah, and then there's the Army Painter series. We're on series 43, and each series is 5 episodes long. So again, you got some stuff you gotta watch if you sign up for that. You'll be busy. Good luck binging it all. Hey there, Thousand Young. How you doing? Got to keep an eye on you during the holidays. That's Santa. He's keeping an eye on you there, Thousand Young. Thousand Young, if you want to post your sculpting stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So great to see you there, Thousand Young. Appreciate you coming on in on this Friday here. Now that it's 2:01 in the a.m. We will take our blending brush to that and just, there we go. It's kind of taking the edge off of that a little bit. And now I can go a little bit more of the ejecta here. Not going to do a ton of it, but just some here and there. Boy, Thousand Young, Sector X was down for a couple of weeks too, so sorry to hear about that. Hopefully that hasn't made it too miserable to try and get work done. That doesn't help. So Thousand Young, we've got, well, I also started doing the Christmas cookies. We did the very, very first batch. That was the first batch today. Well, I ran out of powdered sugar, ran out of half and half, so we'll have to hopefully get some of that tomorrow to be able to make some more. Might have to be Saturday, depending on how tomorrow goes. Also, was able to do some things in the slicer of the bamboo printer that I've never tried before, as in just like taking some things and cutting them. And that was pretty successful, so I was happy about that. I think it's going to be easier cutting stuff there than it is, because I can really tell how big it is and how it fits on the plate. 1,000 young, that's that last part of it. I mean, obviously making the tower look cool and printable is a challenge and a big one, but making it playable, that's a big. You would like, what do you mean? It would automatically be playable? Not always, believe me. So yeah, that's a big challenge there. And of course, 1,000 young. If you have any work in progress of that you want to share it, please go ahead, because this is it's the terrain channel after all. I think it's fair to say it's also an astronomy channel by now. I think yeah, I think we can say it's also an astronomy channel. So again, doing some of the same spidery cracks and such that we did here. Yeah, 1,000 young. I think we'll be talking a bunch about different types of foam, strength, using the hot wire cutters, and then of course foam safe glue. And then I guess of course also what was that things like push pins and toothpicks become your friend as you try and glue that stuff together. And not shift on you, right? Oh, gee whiz, I remember a couple times trying to do terrain pieces with the foam, only to find out that hours later, as the glue was drying, the pieces of foam had shifted slightly. Yep, it's the channel of infinite topics. Soon it will be an object source lighting channel again. Actually, it'd be hilarious if we painted the sun and Neptune. Literal fire and ice. Again, trying to create some of these cracks and such here that are literally just spidering all over Callisto. And remember, all we did was we dry brushed a variety of colors here. Took the blending brush to mix those together. Now that's getting a little too late here. Let's back off of that a little touch here. Blending brush once again. Take some of that away. Same down here. I'm actually gonna get some of that's the Mars Yellow Deep here. So everybody please check out that link that 1,000 Young just shared. This is Instagram. Yep, those are Instagram links. But please go check those out. So yeah, 1,000 young. At some point, hopefully, I can do some of our foam terrain again. I have a feeling that might just have to wait till it is warmer again. Let's work it like this. Back up here. So yeah, now we're starting to see some different color flavors in here too as we work back some of this kind of yellow ochre here. And we'll try and get some red-ish stuff going in there too. Yeah, let's get. I want to get more of this. Almost again, kind of a tan, sort of a color worked in it. Maybe get a little bit of our white mixed into that. Yeah, 1,000 young. I think I don't know if I'll have those Lord of the Rings themed cats ready for Saturday. Maybe we will. Kind of depends. Oh, there's the two Argonath, which I think instead of doing them as individual figures, I think I have to kind of almost try to do some kind of a diorama with those. The next thing I have to do, I think, is take those and put them on the bamboo and make them really big. Okay, again, doing the spidery cracks around those craters there. Again, with this sort of, again, a yellow ochreish color, only we call it a supercharged yellow ochre. Now I might have to go replenish my medicine a little bit. Oh, and of course, here is Arda. We painted this on our stream last Thursday. That was very fun. And still working with some of this stuff that's almost a bit on the, again, on the yellowish tan side here. And I'm going to also work some of my darker colors in too. What about up here towards the pole? I'm going to do that. And then I might also, again, take some of the darker stuff and work the same kind of spidery cracks and such in there around a lot of the crevices. So yeah, I think.
So say we all.
Hey there, Bitron. Thanks, Bitron. Appreciate that. Great to see you there, Bitron. So Bitron, it's got to be super frosty up there. If it was, I want to, well, I got down to maybe the teens here. So it was on the chillier side here. It must be extra frosty for you up there. So great to see you there, Bitron. Here's, so there's Ganymede, and there is Calisto. So Bithron, I don't know if you've had a little bit more. What would you say? Some of the hobby mojo return somewhat there. Oh, geez, it's kind of warm there. So it's what about 30, 34-ish degrees, 33, 34-ish degrees there. So here it's pretty much been, well, geez, in Celsius terms, probably looking at more maybe -5 to -8-ish, something like that. Ah, yeah, sorry about that, Bitron. So many folks have talked about just not feeling to. I guess that's flu season for you, whatever. So again, doing these spidery cracks coming up from the craters, whereas here, right, it's almost more like the ice was flowing a little bit more freely here. So Thousand Young says that it's 19 degrees, so okay, then that's a little bit more then. So we were not quite single digits, so again, we're probably more like a -9, -10 maybe Celsius here. My Celsius foo starts to decline when you get into the below freezing. It works a whole lot better than the above freezing. We're gonna try and almost get these two to start kind of combining together. It's almost a little bit like our clouds on Earth there. You know, I'm gonna come back to my really light stuff here again on some of our smaller craters. Let's do that here. So see you later, Crypt Shadow. Crypt Shadow, I don't know if there's something you wanted to share in the chat there. Sorry if I didn't ask you before, but if you want to do that before you head off to sleep there. And no matter what, hopefully you have yourself a fantastic night's sleep, of course. So see you later there, Crypt Shadow. Hit this now. More of these really tiny craters here. Lighten these up a little. So Bithron, I think that latest batch of pics that I sent you there, that's basically terrain that I'm going to use for Erebor. So I was hoping that I could not just paint that up, but then also kind of winterize it. And it'll be a little bit like, I don't know if you remember that Stalingrad terrain piece, icicles hanging off of it, that sort of stuff. And maybe that's something we even try to do on stream. I know I wanted to at least do a tutorial video on a few of those. So again, this right here is Callisto, one of the darker objects, if not the darkest object, at least large object in the solar system. More of these really small little craters here. Let's make those stand out a bit more. Yeah, bits around. Those are from Miniature Land, the same folks that did the Hobbit holes, of all things. Same exact folks. I also have three more. Yeah, three more Hobbit holes. Now, they're not like the ones that we did before. These are from Conquest Creations and Prinny Goes Ever On. So they're definitely a little bit different in appearance. I think they still kind of, and maybe not every single house in the show has to be almost identical. Hit this too. So yeah, I think what I'm going to do then is again go refresh that medicine super quick. Super quick. I am going to look at the printer real quick just to make sure. I don't think that filament's going to be running out, not during the stream anyways, but I'm going to do a quick little double check on that. So don't go anywhere because we got to finish off painting our two moons here again, Ganymede and Calisto. So don't go anywhere. We shall return. We're just going to put this screen up here. So I think we're pretty good on filament. I don't think that's going to run out. Oh, it's printing this thing. It's actually a piece of modern day terrain. It's a police station from my brother's S-scale train set, which basically is 28 millimeter. Or pretty darn close to that. Actually, let me go back to Ganymede real quick while Callisto has a chance to chill out for a bit. Let me get my Van Dyke Brown back into this too, with maybe a touch of the Payne's Gray. And that's the Gamlin Payne's Gray. And we're going to be doing some of this on Callisto as well, with something that's a bunch darker here. Yeah. Take that as that edge was a little bit too sharp there. Breaking that up a little bit with this. And of course it's looking on the shiny side here because, well, we put a fair amount of thinner in there to have it flow real easily. Also too, this paint has had a chance to set, so that's why this is looking a little bit on the shinier side. That's the key thing with the oils is you gotta be patient. You can't rush things too much. You need to let that paint set there for a bit. Now I gotta do some of that over here. Same deal. Again, trying to point at all these little sort of fissures. Maybe fissures more than cracks. I think we've done those. Maybe a little bit up here towards the pole. There. There we go. And let's take their blending brush. I got a little too much there. Blending brush here. Take yeah, I'm gonna do a little something down here with the dark. Take that small blending brush, push this around. So instead of the blue tack like I used with all the other planets before, Arda was actually the first one where I just did the hot glue thing, and that seems to just work a whole bunch better. Because it's rock solid, the planet's not going to go anywhere. And with the blue tack, this being a sphere, there just wasn't enough for it to really grab onto. So just taking the hot glue gun and gluing it to these holders from Battlecraft Supplies, a lot easier. I'm going to take some of that. You know what? Let me get my references up over here. 1 second here. Yeah, let me get a little touch of our. There we go. Another little extra color added in here. We have a lot of almost a kind of a greenish gray in some ways here, even though it's overall probably looking kind of tan. But now that's almost a bit of rusty color that's working its way in there. And we'll use this same thing on, we have been using this a little bit on Callisto as well. We'll be, I think, using it a bunch more there. No, I don't want to make that any darker. We've made that pretty dark. What I'm looking for is some stuff down here in these lighter spaces. More of a color difference, really, than a value difference. Like here. It could be more ice flow. You get impacts. Ice basically gets melted and kind of comes up to the surface as if it were lava. So yeah, there's a little touch of this kind of almost reddish. It's not quite reddish orange. Maybe more of a reddish tan, probably the better way to phrase it. Let's try to get some of that, yeah, up here on the pole. We'll throw some of that over here. A little more. Yeah, there we go. And away we go here. Some more of that. Again, where I'm starting to see some... I don't want to do too much of this either. Alright, we don't want to make it too complex. Alright, so let's take that same color, use that now on Callisto here. And then we'll take that darker color that's got, again, some of the Payne's gray and some of the Van Dyke brown mixed together. Sure, let's put some more of that down here. Now back to this really, 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 really dark. This might be probably the darkest stuff I put on here. Again, we're going to use the Payne's gray. We're not using black. We're taking the Payne's gray, which is, if it's the Williamsburg or even the Gamlin, that's a much more of a blue. It's kind of like an indigo. And we're mixing it with brown, and basically that's kind of how you make black. Blue and brown together will make basically something like a black. Breaking that down a little bit. And again, having that kind of radiate out from those cracks. Now when that starts to set and dry, it's not going to have quite that, you won't notice it quite so much here. But this is, again, is kind of a testament to just how much these other colors have set, right? That this would look so shiny and so wet in comparison. And now, instead of these areas just going to be in flat right now, they're also going to have a little bit of the same texture here. And it kind of helps to maybe continue some of this. Again, some of these ripples here in the surface, but without having to make it too much lighter. And I think you can see we're trying to almost use the kind of craters as a source of a whole bunch of ripples, and that's kind of like what we had in Io, but again, a different set of. This is almost like looking at this in negative. Oh, and Bithron, we did a batch of Necron ships for our Armada Monday. I'll probably be doing maybe another batch of these on our Monday stream coming up. It's possible. Either that or some Tau ships. Maybe one or the other, but I think that is what we'll be doing on our Monday stream. Bits right now, I don't know how much you've seen of the new ME SPG. I haven't really, I've just been able to kind of try to stay at least generally up to speed. I haven't heard all of the leaks and reveals and all that. Kind of just sort of kind of gave up on that a little bit. Um, so the starter box is 220 bucks. That's US, so in Canadian, oh my gosh, ouch. And of course, I think that postal strike is still going on, right? So I guess it wouldn't really matter anyways. But then just for the books, Bithron, to get all just the electronic books, not the physical books, just the electronic ones, somewhere in the neighborhood of 175 bucks. So that's why we're just kind of not necessarily running right out there to do that. We'll be like with the oils. We'll be patient. We won't be hasty little hobbitses. Yeah, Bithron, they wiped out basically, well, I think 105 profiles. They wiped out pretty much everything that I was painting on stream over the last 6 months or so. Yeah, look at the difference that makes. And again, it's not going to look, it will look much less shiny. It will be there, but just not going to be quite so evident once all that dries. Or even just sets a little bit. Down here, yeah, let's get some of that dark all the way down here. So yeah, this is kind of the Callisto that I know, with this really dark stuff here. Now we're gonna march it over this way towards, again, all these ripples over here. We'll take our blending brush to it. And not to wipe it out, just to take some of the edge off. That's all we're doing. And work some of that back over here. Got that blending brush handy. And yeah, we'll do that again. Make sure that none of these lines are too sharp, especially now that we got this dark here. And again, 3 hours, 17 minutes ago, there was no paint on these at all. They were just gray blobs. Just hit them with the Steino Res primer, just the gray. So you can see we just put those spidery lines down there. Now we'll take a blending brush to it. We don't wipe them out. You can see, let's see if we can actually kind of extend them there. Push that around. Now it looks like some kind of a texture in there. And again, this is a combination of the Gamlin Payne's Gray and the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown. Blending brush again. Let's take away some of this, some of the edges of those. I think it's fair to say that the Payne's Gray of Gamlin is about the same kind of matte level of being drying flat as it is, say, the Williamsburg. The Williamsburg is really a matte color. The Winsor Newton Payne's Gray, on the other hand, that is kind of on the shinier side. And again, I just did a Patreon video, and this is the Payne's Gray that we're using right here. So you can see it's got a little bit more of a bluishness to it, and we're mixing that with Van Dyke Brown. Really dark brown color. And here, and swirling that around these craters.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Saying hello to our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much, Desmond. Appreciate that. On comes Gandalf and says, so not quite the moon that I'm used to. It's like, what moon? There is no moon. So what are you talking about? I've never seen a moon in Middle Earth. He's like, yeah, of course we got a moon. It's like, no, that's the tower of the moon. I'm talking to a Christmas ornament. Maybe I really should lay off the pipe weed. Thank you so much, Desmond. Appreciate that. I think we had ourselves 2 Gandalf 6s in a row. I think we had 3 on the stream total. Okay, that's a solid roll there. A 4. We'll take that. Especially since pipeweed was mentioned. Again, pipeweed gets mentioned. Typically what you see there is a 1. So I think he will take that result. Now we'll get some of our dark up here. So thank you so much for the follow, Desmond. Appreciate that. I hope that your Friday is a spectacular one. There we are. I wonder if I can sneak in a little bit more there. Also, yes, more of the dark up here. Got this area of lighter stuff here. I'm just gonna put this out here. Take this blending brush to it. Actually, Thousand Young, there was one ornament I did. Actually, I painted some Rohan stuff on there. And of course, we have to, we'll be painting some Eye of Sauron and a whole bunch of other Lord of the Rings themed stuff on our Christmas cookies. Yeah, we've got down here, we got plenty of that. We gotta start getting some of that up here now. And almost using it a little bit like a miniature dry brush up there. Now the Illuvitas ornament is very illuminating, right, Thousand Young? And of course, again, this is our Arda ornament. Speaking of Valinor, right over there, and there's the Shire up in there. You got your Misty Mountains up there, the Wastes. We got the Anduin River there, Bay of Belfalas, Mordor. There's Sauron. See a little red dot there. There's Sauron. Just chilling over there in Mordor, doing Sauron stuff. What are we? Yeah, let's get some more of this out here. Yep, I'm gonna make this darker too. So again, remember we were just dry brushing all this stuff on there. It's all very kind of smooth. Now we're trying to get some of that regular texture in there. Ah, thanks, Bitron. Boy, oh boy, Bitron. There was a lot of wild clips when we were doing the Hobbits and the Hobbit holes. Holy smokes! Yeah, we got more of those that we need to do. Plus the gigantic tavern. So I had to wait a little bit for that paint to set on some of these things that I'm just, again, taking the blending brush to. Yeah, I'm going to add some more of my dark in here too. Take that blending brush and manipulate it into, not just, I'm not trying to just blend this into oblivion, I'm actually trying to create some more texture there too. Let me try and squeeze a little bit of that way up here. Even going to use a little bit of the thinner to make that flow in there. Alright, I think we got it now. Yeah. Do this. More of that dark. I mean, that is a really, really dark color, but it is not black. Blending brush again. So we just slap that stuff on there. Take your blending brush to it. Push that around. And we're not just going like this. We're actually stippling it too. So we're maneuvering this around, manipulating it. And that's why we got two of these going, right? So that I can let this thing set while we're working on this, vice versa. Yep, more dark all the way up there. Yeah, I'm going to let a little bit more of that work its way into here. Blending brush again, because those are pretty... It's a little bit too visible on those lines. There we go. Take some of that away. Okay, yeah, that works better. What about up here? Push that further up towards this one, this crater right here. Still working this dark in here. Okay, back to this blending brush right here. And we'll push that around. Let's take some of that, move it this way. Let me get back to my references here real quick. I just want to see. I might try to get a little bit more of the reddish brown in a few spots too, but first let me darken this down. Yeah, I can see we just kind of plopped that on there. I'm going to take this brush here, affect the edges of it. You can see this is going to loop right around that crater. Let me sort of integrate it into what's surrounding it there. So initially this went from very smooth surface with a lot of little dots on it. Now it's got these ripples everywhere, as opposed to this right here. Now we work, you know what, let's do a film noir here. One sec, let me get to this, and we do this. So it is kind of funny that the two of them, in some ways, they don't look all that different. Now let's bring back the color here. Yeah, look at the difference. My goodness, same concept though as what we've been doing on here. Now that's almost a bit more of a dry brush by comparison there. Okay. I think I want... let me step away from that. Let me use the awesome the asphaltum here. That's also relatively dark, but it's got more of a reddish tinge to it. I might even boost that a touch more with some of the Moore's red, ironically. Yeah, so we're kind of emphasizing that formation a little bit more. Getting some dark here, but one that's very different than what we've been using. So again, that's how the asphaltum, a little bit of the Moore's red, just to kick it even further towards the red. Because remember, we first were doing a little bit of that tan, and then kind of an orangey tint. Now we did, again, that's the Payne's Gray, which the Gamlin version, it's towards the bluer side. I think not quite as blue as say the Williamsburg. Has very much, again. That's why I use it now as I would use indigo blue, pretty much for the same kind of things. The surprising thing is that the Gamlin Payne's Gray also pretty much had the same staining power as, say, a Williamsburg, whereas the Winsor Newton Payne's Gray, none, well, almost none. Um, we did do some interesting little things just looking at the colors that went into those or the pigments that went into them, and they were very, very different from one to the next. I think Payne's Gray is just one of those colors that you're going to see some wildly different ways of creating it as far as whatever pigment combos are being used. So thanks, Armored Wolfer, was in a link to the YouTube channel. Right now we've got one of our Japanese warships there. I'm gonna try and get I think one of the stalkers, one of the Tomb King stalkers, posted up there. One of the ones we painted on stream. Now that is very much a lighter, more rusty orange that's going out here now. It's not super light. It's really more of the color difference that I'm interested in rather than a big light versus dark contrast. Of course, the Book of Wapol states, doesn't it, that contrast is much more than just light versus dark. So yeah, now a little bit more towards the orange there. It is still funny that these things almost look like they're just like negatives, right? If you took this and did the camera negative to it, it would look like that, or vice versa. But now we've got a whole bunch of texture here in areas that pretty much had none. It also helps make the craters look more like craters because there's an impact zone around it. Now these aren't craters, obviously these are volcanoes on Io. Working the orange in here. A limited amount of it, not too much. So I'm starting to think that our next ornament stream, if we did Neptune and the Sun and Mimas, I don't know if we could do all three of those. I've actually painted the Sun several times for Celtic drums and also the spacescapes. Get more of our orangey color in here. Also here. Like so. don't be surprised if the Friday stream is also another late start. It could be. It might not be. But it might be a later start. Maybe even as late as tonight. It just kind of depends. Yeah, definitely starting to feel. Oh, by the way, Callisto there, Ganymede over there. Now, what I want to do back on Ganymede here is see if this will work. Not sure if it will, but we're going to give it a try here. Let me take some of the Van Dyke Brown here. So for some of these larger... No, that's going to be too dark. I can tell already. Let's try something like that. Maybe even a little lighter. So yeah, for some of the larger craters here, trying to actually put a little bit dark in there. I guess that sort of works. Hey there's Spoon Handle. Welcome back. Everybody, please give Spoon Handle a follow. And of course, Spoon, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. Spoon Handle, I wanted to have an entire interplanetary tree for myself, but they keep getting used as gifts. So everybody else has them. There's not too many here. In fact, I think I'm actually sending a couple more off to Kathy's family probably next week. Eventually, Spoon Handle, I'm hoping that, again, I would love to have a whole tree just filled with these. That would be super fun, I think. And again, here's the tool that we've been painting, and where's our Jupiter? We've also painted Saturn. I actually took plastic card and attached it to this, and yeah, that was pretty wild. And of course, here's Io. And last week, we painted Arda. Again, that was really, really fun. We're back to this one again here. Yeah, I don't want to put too many things here and kind of wipe out this feature. So Spoon Handle, I don't know if you're going to be streaming later tonight doing some more of the Tyranids. Working a little more of this here. So again, it's more that tan. We actually have some of our, as we call it, radiant indigo, which is not indigo but ice blue. Push that down and around some of these craters. Put a little bit of dark on the interior of that one too. Now that's fantastic. Well, happy Friday there, Spoon Handle. Take care of yourself. Have a great day. Let's see. Oh, it's 3:04 here. Now we'll take that. Cool. We're gonna try and bring some of that on back onto Callisto here. Again, kind of that tan color. And I think you can see there's got a lot of that texture there. That is all going to equalize. And of course, if we feel like we need to push that a little bit further, we can always just use the Army Painter Anti-Shine. And you just brush that stuff on. That's all you got to do. And that's the nice thing, is that you don't have to worry about doing it outside. Is it going to be too cold, too warm, too humid, too dry? Don't have to worry about that. I mean, doing it inside allows you have a little better shot at climate control. Just throwing that out there. Try and catch a little bit of some kind of darker whatever in those craters, which again have to be smaller, because this is much larger than our moon. If we make those craters too big, then we're really reducing the scale of it. Really big one up there. Get some of that all the way up here by the polar cap. And no, there's no ice by these polar caps because the entire moon basically is just ice. Let me grab some of my straight up fast mat white again here. Just break this down. We'll do that one. And then we'll start doing some of these other smaller craters again. Really teensy tiny ones. Now that we've gone in here and put all that little texture in those areas. Now I don't want to cover every square millimeter of it. We got to leave some parts open. Now where I have some of the little mid-tone dots, we're trying to put a smaller, lighter dot on some of those. And then get some really minute dots in some places here. Where are we at? Let's get these up here. This over here too. So I think you can see a little higher concentration of some of those than, say, on Ganymede over here. I still have to make sure I leave just some areas at least slightly open here. Some really tiny dots on here. Some of these craters up here, let's reinforce some of these with this. Yeah, this is as light as we can get. Doesn't get any lighter than this. And sometimes almost basically have intersecting craters. We did that a bunch on the moon because very easy to see things like that. Right, you can really see that here. We'll do more of these up on the pole. Let me condition this. Again, this is one of our fast mat cores, so it's kind of almost sort of drying out there on that palette. Palette is just a piece of parchment paper that's just got a couple of clips to keep it on a piece of cardboard. When I'm done with that, all I gotta do is just crumble it up, chuck it in the garbage. We're using the high quality odorless thinner to clean the brushes. We're not using, to thin the paint, not using it to clean the brushes. We've got the Winsor Newton brush cleaner for that. And look at this, it even works on acrylic too. So acrylics, oils, not hazardous, no vapors or anything nasty. So nothing to worry about. And we're only using a tiny water bottle cap of thinner anyway. I mean, there's almost none of it. So there's no giant vat of solvents, because I know people can say, oh my gosh, solvents. Not really. There it is. That's a water bottle cap filled with some thinner. I mean, if you have a super sensitive nose, maybe you'll notice that, but otherwise, you're not really going to notice that very much. Couple little more light dots there. Now, back to Ganymede. There may be some of these that I might almost try to do a little bit more of a traditional crater, I guess, if you want to call it that. Or maybe some of the craters are a little bit bigger. Maybe have a little bit more of the ejecta coming off of some of these. I know there's one little cluster, and that is over here. Yeah, that one I want to have some more of those. Come on. There we go. Another one that comes out of there. Nah, that one didn't go where we would like it, so we're just gonna essentially erase it. Little bit of that ejecta on that one. Alright. Maybe make this a little bigger. Take some of the paint off of this. And just drag it this way. There we go. Blending brush again. Oops. We should make sure there's no dark paint on there. So see, it kind of takes the edge off of it. It's still there, but it does take the edge off of that just a wee bit. take our, yeah, a little bit more of our, few more of the smaller craters out here. There's still some of these sort of mid-tone craters that I want to get some more of this light into. Pretty good on the northern hemisphere there. I'm going to try and just get a few craters here. Like this. Another one there. Just gotta keep sticking my hand there. And by the way, all the colors that you see on my hand, that's not oil paints. That's food coloring from doing the cookie decorating earlier tonight. Now, if you don't want to get the oil paint on your hands because you don't want to pick something else up, touch it, and maybe start transporting that paint all over the place. Well, if a lot of us are doing the 3D printing, we all have the nitrile gloves. I just put one of those gloves on. That way you won't have to worry about the paint getting all over the place. Potentially if it gets on your fingers and you start touching this or that or the other thing. Okay, I think I don't want to do any more of the really light ones. I'm going to go back to that. There's my tan and some of the Van Dyke brown here. So it's a somewhat darker color. Laid a bit more on the yellow side. Here we put some of that reddish brown down there. See if we can, yeah, here, let's hit this too. Little something more up there. Do this. So yeah, we got ourselves a lot of sneaky little color changes. Of course, IO. It's a little easier to see because we had some almost turquoise colors in there. We had oranges and yellows and all kinds of really bright stuff. This here we had to play around with more subtle differences, slightly warmer, slightly cooler, maybe a little difference in saturation here and there. So yeah, I'm feeling all kinds of nifty texture in there. What I will do here, I'm going to take Mr. Tiny blending brush here. Let me also grab a paper towel. I'm going to really just try and get as much of that out of there as I can. If I put it in my cleaner, well, now we're going to have all kinds of moisture on that brush, and it's not going to be terribly effective for this. Mostly just wipe the paint off here. And again, we're not doing this a swiping motion. It's kind of a straight up and down motion here. And you can see this doesn't stand out quite so much as when we first put it on there. Because when we first put it on there, you could just almost see the liquid on it. Now it's just it's much flatter. that's just a thing with the oils. Now, some colors, phthalo green, phthalo blue, say Severa's blue, sometimes some of your reds and magentas will also tend to be on the shinier side. I think even alizarin crimson is that way. Again, that's where you could use the Army Painter Anti-Shine to knock that down. So I'll see you later there, Spoon Handle. Thanks for hanging out as long as you could. And have yourself a great day. Sleep sounds very good, actually. I'm going to hit some more of that. Hey there, Erid. How you doing? Everybody, please give Erid Canway for follow. So, Erid, I hope that your stream was good, and I hope you got plenty done on your, I almost said dice holder, your dice tower. So, Erid, we are painting, this is Ganymede here, and this is Callisto. So, 2 moons of Jupiter. Now we got 3 moons. So, we got Callisto, Ganymede, and Io. I'm going to take this, and we're going to do the same thing like what we were just doing with Ganymede. We're going to take some of the darker stuff here and make sure that some of those edges are taken down. So, Erid, if you want to post your Pinterest link with all the dice towers and all of the fabulous jewelry and such, please go ahead and do that. Oh, that sounds really fantastic, Erid. That sounds fantastic. Now I'm taking the edge off of some of these too. Again, it just like I think you can see it up here. We're just softening some of that. We're not wiping it out. We're just softening that a little bit. So everybody, please check out that Pinterest link that Erid just shared. Some fabulous jewelry there. And of course, Erid will be streaming again, I do believe, right? Saturday, 7 Pacific. I guess it's not quite as cold up there as I thought. Here, well, now it's about 16 degrees or so with the wind. So it's that real feel is somewhere in the single digits there, which would be probably somewhere around minus 11, 12-ish Celsius, something like that. Yep, definitely not so cold up there. We had a little bit of dusting of snow here, and I mean just the barest of dustings. Again, just trying to take some. Let's get that paint off of there. So that seems like it might be around 40-ish or so. Nah, maybe 39 degrees. Again, taking our blending brush to this. Of course, any brush can be a blending brush. Take the lid off of these, or take the little bit of the edge off of those. I'm guessing you've already done all of your post-stream activities, the usual things. Taking that, yeah, let's hit this to the... Yeah, I think we'll leave that the way it is. What about this over here? Yeah, we haven't done anything but these guys yet. Taking our blending brush to those. Okay. Well, that Van Dyke Brown Payne's Gray mix. I mean, it's not like our indigo Van Dyke Brown mix was dark, but this is a little different flavor to it. You know what? I might just here in the central portion of that, we might darken that down a little more here. Can take some of the asphaltum. And I'll take away that actual crater there. That's, yeah. You know what? Might even get a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown in there too. Getting a decent amount of thinner on that brush, I guess. Okay, yeah, now that makes, we needed something like that, I think. And again, we've got lots of the little spidery undulations from the craters here. Unlike the volcanoes on Io. And again, if you want to watch the older streams where we're painting those, all you have to do is just, I don't have the ability to make playlists here on Twitch, but it's kind of like a YouTube channel. All the old sessions are all saved as highlights. They all have thumbnails. So just look for a thumbnail that looks like IO. Of course, we do have Pluto here, where there it is. There's some similarities in what we're kind of doing with the textures there, but obviously the craters here are much bigger because Ganymede is probably about 3 times the size of Pluto, at least maybe 2.7, or Callisto, sorry. Now this is more the asphaltum, so more of a dark reddish brown here. So I think, yeah, the next stream we'll have to do that. I think maybe Sun, Neptune, Mimas. We'll see if we can do those 3. That'll get us into our solar system collection pretty well. That'll be what, the 13th? Well, technically the 12th. Blending brush again. Where you at? There you are. Let me get my little paper towel here. Take some of that off. As I see over here, I spy with my little eye some more edges that I want to take down. Again, all this is wet paint. I mean, if we took a makeup sponge to this, we could probably wipe away a good portion of what's on here. That's why timing, much like comedy, timing is everything with the wheels. That's why we have two of these things, because we work on this one and we set that aside. We grab this one, and again, now that the paint's had at least 15 minutes or so to set, yeah, we're going to keep doing this. Maybe we'll throw a few more of our light craters on here. Again, not want as many of these as we have on Callisto. Actually, I'm going to go Oppo. I'm going to go Oppo with some darker stuff here. I think that was something I had wanted to do before we had we had a raid, I think, while I was just starting to add some of the little darker dots here down in our mid-tone and light areas. So some of them here and there. Yeah, not too many. I might throw a little bit more of this in here, and then we take our, there it is. There's a blending brush. And all we're doing, we're not doing this or this, we're just taking it in a straight up tapping motion, and that's it. So what it's essentially doing is removing the excess paint, and then it's kind of mitigating any brushstroke. We like to call it brushstroke mitigation, actually. So more of our Van Dyke brown there. And again, I'm trying to keep this, don't necessarily want it to be quite as dark as Callisto. Boy, look at these. Compared to it's so hilarious. It is almost like one is a negative of the other. Maybe a little bit more of this dark up here at the pole. Comes down through here. Not too much thinner either. It's not exactly a dry brush. It's maybe about 50-50 thinner to paint ratio. Of course, thin sticks to thick, and of course, vice versa. And by thinner paint, it doesn't have to be just so much thinner that it just runs all over the place as a pinline wash. It could just be 5-10% difference, that's all. And that, believe it or not, can make a big difference between the paint adhering or just ripping off what's already on there. Or just kind of bouncing right off the surface. It'll do that. Of course, we also want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations here. It's getting mighty close to Christmas to be ordering a custom dice bag from Armored Wolf if you want to be using that for Christmas, but Armored Wolf has all kinds of fantastic leather, handcrafted leather goods. So if you wanted to use some of those as a maybe a Christmas gift or something like that, well, head over to Armored Wolf Productions on Etsy and go check out all that fantastic stuff. So now we really do have kind of multiple layers here of textures. I need to, I think, soften the edges of some of these darker craters here as much as we did the lighter ones. Yeah, those are just random dots there. I'm going to try and make those a little bigger. Also soften the edges. Here, let me use the blending brush for that. And sometimes the blending brush is gigantic. Sometimes the blending brush is really tiny like this. So again, let me so yeah, look at how that dark stuff that we did there, now that it's not quite so freshly applied, it doesn't have that kind of wet look to it anymore. But so very different from IO. Holy smokes. Now I think what I might be doing here, since it's 3:36, getting closer and closer to 4. I've actually been doing this for almost 4.5 hours. I do think we're going to do a bit of a raid here because we got a lot of printing stuff that needs to be done. Lots of that. I do want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. We also had some raids, so we appreciate those too. And on the stream tomorrow, we might be painting some Last Alliance elves with the object source lighting with the lava bases like so. I just gotta slap some primer on those guys. Oh, thanks, Erid. Appreciate you being here. Thanks again. And again, I hope that we can see it tomorrow. But here, let's take a look-see at both of our moons right here again. This is Ganymede, and this is Callisto, our two dirty snowballs, two of the largest moons in the solar system, two of your Galilean moons. I'm going to get this raid countdown started here because it takes a little while. Thanks, Thousand Young. Appreciate you being here. And thanks, of course, Armored Wolf, for doing all the moderations. Appreciate that. So, again, we will be seeing you, well, later on today, because that's when our next stream is going to begin. So, thanks again, everybody, and I'll see you then.